Thank you. Good morning. I would like to welcome you to the Nevada Board of Cosmetology formal meeting, October 8th, 2018. But before we get started, board members, I wanted to make sure that in order for the meeting to be broadcast with the best possible quality, to speak into the mic, at your seat, the button will light up, and when speaking, adjust the mic so that it's pointing directly at your mouth. Position yourself 6 inches from the mic, and if you have a soft voice, get closer, and if you have a loud voice, get farther away. Okay. Please only use one mic at a time. So we're going to begin with roll call. Gwen Bramo, board chair. To my go to the right.
Debbie Ritchie, Secretary Treasurer.
Kai Stanton, board member.
Brian Baltazar, Vice President.
Can we have staff now to introduce themselves?
Gary Landry, Executive Director.
Nina Dunlap, Operations Specialist.
Andrew Helms, Chief Financial Officer.
Leah Easter, Compliance Coordinator. We also have up north, it looks like Rodney Moore, who's an inspector, and Charlene Marsh, also an inspector.
Adam Higginbotham, Deputy Executive Director.
And we have counsel introduce themselves.
Sophia Long, Deputy Attorney General from the Attorney General's Office as Board Counsel.
Ashish Bala, Deputy Attorney General, representing staff.
Thank you. Can we now stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. The mission of the Nevada Board of Cosmetology, the mission of the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology is to protect the public health, safety, and welfare of those that obtain cosmetology-related services through the delivery of quality testing, licensing, inspection, and education services that focus on consumer protection. The board now will entertain comments from the general public for any item that is or is not on the published agenda and is related. No action can be taken on a matter unless it's included in the agenda. Comment should be limited to 3 minutes. Do we have anyone that wants to come to make comment, either down south or up north at this time? No comment? Okay, we'll begin. Consideration, agenda item number 5 is consideration of approval of the minutes. Is there any discussion by any board members on the minutes? Do I have a board member that wish to propose a motion to accept the minutes?
This is Kai Stanton. I propose that we accept the minutes from the last agenda meeting.
Do I hear a second?
I second Debbie Ritchie.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carry. Agenda item number 6. The board would not hear this case or rule on it. I think Mr. Bala is going to present the case.
Thank you, Madam President. That's correct. Ashish Bala, Deputy Attorney General, on behalf of the Executive Director and the State Board of Cosmetology. We do have a stipulated settlement agreement. Can you pass that out now? I have a signed copy in front of me, and as it was signed this morning. So I'd ask that the board review it, and if you have any questions for me, I'm available to answer those, and then we can vote. I'd ask that the board vote on accepting the stipulated facts and violations of law and the discipline imposed.
So at this time, we're going to ask for Board Member Ritchie to step down from the podium just for a few seconds to excuse yourself from this vote. Thank you. And the reason why she's excusing herself because she's here on the behalf of Body Spa West.
Thank you, Madam President.
If a board member that just walked in, we would like for her to introduce herself, please.
Board Member Tia Latrell McCormick.
Is there any board members that have any questions for Mr. Bala? No questions for Mr. Bala? Any discussion from any board members? If not, I would like to have a board member to make a motion to accept the proposed settlement between the Nevada Board of Cosmetology and Body Spa West.
And for the record, Madam President, the total costs are $308.72.
For administrative cost?
Correct.
Okay. So is there any board members that would like to make a motion for including the administrative cost of total of
$308.72.
308.72.
This is Kai Stanton. I would like to uphold that motion, that the $308.78 72 cents, I apologize, stands.
And just to clarify, this is Sophia Long, Deputy Attorney General. The respondent, Body Spa West, prior to this meeting, they were aware of the $308.72. Is that correct, Mr. Bala?
Not the specific total, but the amount was discussed that costs would be included.
Okay, thank you.
So do we have a motion on the table to accept? Okay.
Brian Baltazar, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion's carry. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, Ms.
Sorry,
Ritchie?
real quick. Oh, we just need one other motion because I believe the current motion was just to accept the 30872, not the entire settlement. So if you want to accept the entire
correct.
settlement, you need
Correct.
to make another motion. Yeah, right.
Okay, can we get a motion to accept the settlement that was agreed upon with the Nevada Board of Cosmetology and the Body Spa West for $4,000?
This is Kai Stanton. I would like to uphold the $4,000 with the agreement, the settlement that has been proposed.
Can I get a second?
Tia Latrell McCormick, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, board members.
We're now going to hear agenda item number 7. The Nevada State Board of Cosmetology versus Mia Suk Cho. Can you come, please? At this time, can we have Mia sworn in, please?
Sorry, when you're ready, you can press the mic and then speak.
At this time, we want to have you, can you raise your right hand? Okay. The board will hear the case and rule on it. Since the state must prove its case, Mr. Bala will open with a discussion. Mr. Bala, can you present the case?
Thank you, Madam President, board members. Ashish Bala, Deputy Attorney General, on behalf of the Executive Director of the State Board of Cosmetology. This is case C-2018-0021. I'll begin by reading the factual allegations and the violations of law and present that for the board for discussion and consideration, after which the board may question the respondent and allow the respondent to present her case as well. Respondent Mi Suk Cho, license number C-32142, owner of TPO Company, a foreign corporation doing business as D&D Day Spa, was at the relevant times mentioned in this complaint and notice of hearing licensed by the board as a cosmetologist subject to the jurisdiction of the board and the provision of NRS Chapter 644A and NAC Chapter 644. On or about April 13, 2010, respondent Mi Suk Cho received a cosmetologist license from the state of Nevada via reciprocity with the state of Texas. I'm sorry. We have some exhibits that I would like to present as well and ask to be admitted into the record at this time. So I'd like to ask that they be admitted.
Sure, they can be admitted.
Thank you, Madam President.
Okay.
I'll continue on. On or about April 2nd, 2012, respondent Iris Skincare and Massage received a license to operate a cosmetology establishment with respondent Mi Suk Cho listed as the responsible corporate officer on the salon application. Respondent Iris Skincare and Massage is owned by the TPO Company, Nevada business license number NV 2017-1763-145. Respondent Mi Suk Cho is listed as the president, secretary, and treasurer of the TPO Company on the corporate registration form with the Nevada Secretary of State. On or about March 18th, 2015, respondent Angels Touch Face and Body Spa submitted a license renewal to operate a cosmetology establishment with respondent Mi Suk Cho listed as a responsible licensee on the salon application. Respondent Angels Touch Face and Body Spa is owned by Jamisic Enterprises, LLC. Nevada Business License NV 2013-1100-198. Respondent Mi Suk Cho is listed as a managing member for Jamisic Enterprises, LLC on the corporate registration form with the Nevada Secretary of State. On or about May 10th, 2017, respondent D&D Day Spa received a license to operate a cosmetology establishment with respondent Mi Suk Cho listed on the salon application as the salon owner. Respondent D&D Day Spa is owned by the TPO Company, Nevada Business License NV 2017-1763-145. Respondent Mi Suk Cho is listed as the President, Secretary, and Treasurer for the TPO Company on the corporate registration form with the Nevada Secretary of State. On or about March 21st, 2018, the business license of TPO Company, doing business as D&D Day Spa and Mi Suk Cho individually and as the owner of TPO Company, was revoked by the City Council of Las Vegas and a $10,000 fine imposed on D&D Day Spa and Mi Suk Cho individually and as the owner of the TPO Company. The facts alleged indicate the violation of law. Respondent are subject to the discipline before the board pursuant to NRS 644A.850, subsection 1, subsection A, and NRS 644A.850, subsection 1, subsection L, because the business license of Mi Suk Cho individually and as the owner of the TPO Company, doing business as D&D Day Spa, was revoked for solicitation for prostitution to an undercover officer. With that, the Attorney General's office rests its case.
Ms. Cho, do you have any questions for Mr. Bala?
Yes, now I all business TPO close. Only I have James Key. I have just that one business.
Okay,
Iris
so
Skincare, somebody took the business, so I just have now one business, James Key, Angel Touch, and then I'm not going to make any problem again. So please give to me one more chance to me.
So are you presenting your case right now? Because you can present your case. If you didn't have any questions for Mr. Bala, you can now present your case to the board.
Madam President, just to direct the board to there's a written statement in the file that was submitted by the respondent. And so this is your time to speak if you have a defense.
So cosmetology license, I'm not making any problem. The time is I have massage license too. So anyway, so okay, I tried to hire a lawyer, but they want $10,000 for the because 3 cases. So I cannot bring to the lawyer. Anyway, I don't know.
So is there any board members at this time have any questions for Mrs. Cho?
This is Kai Stanton. I do. Thank you for coming, Ms. Cho. The problem is it sounds like you allowed someone else to work and own the business while you were still currently on those business license. So you were saying you only have one, and there was someone else running the other businesses for you. The problem is the proper channels weren't taken when you changed over that business or you sold it to whoever was running it at the time. Your name is still on those documentations, so you are 110% accountable for what's going on those documents. The other thing is there's a rules and regulations law book that we all must abide by, including myself. And so do you have this book?
No.
No, and it is very important that you have this book. This is why. When you take full responsibility for any establishment, including your booth rental or whatever industry you decide to do moving forward, you are responsible for those rules and regulations that are coming out of this handbook. You're saying, I take full accountability for this. Right? So if you're saying someone else was running my business and I only have one now, and so I didn't do anything wrong, I completely understand that. However, the facts still remain. Your name is on that information, meaning you are fully accountable. So we cannot divide and say one person is responsible when you are fully on those business licenses. Okay?
We have any other board members have any questions for Mrs. Cho? No other questions? Mr. Bala, do you have any questions for Mrs. Cho?
I do not, Madam President. I would just ask at this time that the board make a discussion on the facts that have been alleged and make a motion on that.
Okay. Is there any other discussion with any other board members? Any questions? Any concerns? So at this time, it appears that Mr. Bala, you can give your closing remarks.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, at this time, simply the facts alleged have not been disputed in any way, and as such, I ask that the board find that the facts alleged have been proven and the violations of law have also been proven in two separate motions. Thank you.
My understanding, I want to get a good understanding, is it two separate motions?
Sophia Long, Deputy Attorney General. It's cleaner for the record if you do two separate motions. The first one would be whether Ms. Cho is whether you find her in violation of NRS 644A. It's on paragraph 16, NRS 644A.850 subsection 1A and 644.850 subsection 1L. So if you find her in violation of that law, then the second motion would be to impose any sort of discipline. But if you do not find her in violation of that law, then we're done with Ms. Cho's case.
Any other questions by any other board members before? I would like to have a board member to make a motion for pursuant to NRS 644A.850(1)L.
This is Kai Stanton. I would like to make a motion that the facts are founded and will stand. I apologize. I would like to restate. This is Kai Stanton. I would like to go ahead and allow that to stand within violation of the laws that have been presented to us with facts.
Can I get a second? Can you restate that, Ms. Ritchie?
I second that motion, Debbie Ritchie, Secretary Treasurer.
All in favor?
Aye.
No, okay.
As to why.
We need to have this. Okay,
Motion on the table, you can discuss why.
okay, so we're going to discuss the, as why that we found the violation, the, Ms. Cho to be in violation of the NRS 6448.850.
This is Kai Stanton. I find the facts to be true by the information given and the facts that are here and that remained. We have also spoken to the owner, and by her own understanding, she understands that this is a serious violation. And so without any dispute, that further leads me to believe these facts are current. I am trusting that going forward, this will not happen anymore, and that we need to make sure that we are putting a statement out that these type of things will not be tolerated, and all information will be done accordingly as law.
Taylor Trail McCormick. I think the only thing that I would like to say is that you, as a business owner, you were found to be wrong. This is the consequence for it. And until, I think until that is completed and you actually clear this whole thing up, I don't think that the focus should be continuing your current business practices, because that's what landed you here. So I'm hoping this will be a good reset for you. And I do believe that everything was proven, and I think that we definitely need to follow to the letter of the law.
Any more discussion before we vote? Can I get a motion to accept? Okay, we have a motion. Okay, I'm sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, Mr. Bala, at this time.
Thank you, Madam President. Based on the allegations that have been found proven and the violations that have also been found proven, the Office of the Attorney General, on behalf of the Executive Director, recommends the following: that the Board take action against the respondent's license pursuant to NRS 644A by revoking respondent Mi Suk Cho's license to practice cosmetology. 2, that the Board take action against license of each respondent pursuant to NRS 644A by revoking each respondent's license to operate a cosmetology establishment. 3, that pursuant to NRS 644A.850 to D, the Board impose an administrative fine of up to $2,000, which in this case is $154.36. For the violation of NRS 644A. 4, that pursuant to NRS Chapter 622, the Board impose costs proceeding. I'm sorry. The costs were for this paragraph. I misspoke on the last paragraph. The administrative fine is $2,000. And for number 4, the investigative costs and attorney's fees for the Board to impose is $154.36. And further, that the Board take such disciplinary action that they deem appropriate in this matter under the circumstances. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion at this time on the second recommendation violation? Is there any discussion by any board members?
I just need some clarity as to the proposed, I guess. What is the state proposing that we do as far as this? I'm not very clear anymore. So can
you repeat that, Mr. Bala?
Yes, as it's laid out on page 6 of the complaint, we would be revoking the license to practice cosmetology individually and the license to operate an establishment of each of the licensed facilities. and also administering an administrative fine of $2,000, which is jointly and severally liable to all parties.
Debbie Ritchie, I would like to ask Gary what his thoughts are on this.
Gary Landry, Executive Director. The case was well proven. It was documented. The police were involved in this case, and I think the only thing that we can do is make sure that we're not allowing any cosmetologist to practice prostitution, as the case was in this particular charge. And the only way to do that is to revoke the license. That's the only way to make sure that that person is no longer practicing and is out of the profession. It's up to the board, though, to decide whether that's appropriate or some other means of administrative justice needs to be done.
This is Kai Stanton. I would I have one more question. Is there a timeline? So let's say the owner is able to get things in order. He or she understands the severity of that. So is there a timeline that we are coming up with, or is that something up to the board?
The license is revoked default by 1 year, and then in that case, the respondent would need to come back before the board in order to reinstate the license. But if the board chooses otherwise, they could also revoke for longer.
And also, just to be clear, Sophia Long, Deputy Attorney General, this is the recommendation by the prosecuting attorney, but the board is welcome to do whatever they please. So if you feel that you do not want to revoke, you don't have to revoke. You can do anything that's authorized to you under your statutes.
Tia Latrell McCormick, again, I would just like to state some obvious facts. This isn't an issue of starting a business for this particular person. They have started multiple businesses. They know how to do that. So should these be shut down, that's not going to be a hindrance should she decide to go back into business. But these businesses have been investigated. We have put so much time and resources, and quite frankly, the proof is here. So I don't see where we should be making any concessions, and that is just where I stand.
Gwen Bramo, Board Chair. I think I want the board to understand. I believe that Mrs. Cho had a license that was already revoked. Am I correct? Did we revoke her license in the past?
I'm sorry, Madam President, I do not have that information. Perhaps staff does, but I'm not aware of a previous revocation.
So we never revoked that license, Mr. Landry?
Gary Landry, Executive Director. No, Madam Chairman. The City of Las Vegas revoked the license, and that's what was revoked. This is a follow-on to that for us to revoke the license, because without a license to practice in the City of Las Vegas, she wouldn't be able to practice there. She'd have to practice in the county, in Clark County, or another city.
So I just want to be clear. I want us to be clear. So the City of Las Vegas revoked the license, and Ms. Cho opened up another corporation, and under that corporation, there were several licenses, several businesses opened under that new corporation?
I'm not aware of the timeline, Madam Chair, but I believe that all the companies were opened up before the City of Las Vegas revoked the license for a business.
This is Kai Stanton. When I was reviewing the case last night, it says 7 times. So that the officers had come. So my question is, if I don't want this to continue to repeat, so I do want to be clear what I'm asking, because I need to know, I don't want this to happen anymore. So a year from now, 10 years from now, I need to make sure this is not going to reoccur. So I need to ask questions regarding what is our statutes, what is this looking like, how can we prevent this from moving forward as far as making sure that things are done accordingly. I'm not confident that this won't happen again, but the board can put a strong, statement out that this is zero tolerance. But we need to be clear on when we say zero tolerance, that we're not going to come back in a year or 6 months and reopen. And that's my point. And so we want to make sure also that we are reviewing all of these avenues to make sure that when we structure something, it actually sticks. So that's my goal. And I do think that the owner understands 110% why we are here today. And so I would like something structured where the salon cannot be open more than just a year. I would like to see something really put in a place to make a strong statement. And I would like to make sure that's done legally accordingly.
Debbie Ritchie, I just want to say that I'm in business here as well, just like you. And you know how hard it is to maintain people with dignity in this industry? I feel you should never be able to have a license in the state of Nevada, ever. That's my opinion. I feel like as a board, we should move forward and make a strong voice for everyone. This will not be tolerated, ever.
Is there any other questions? Well, hold on, Ms. Cho. Hold on one second. Is there any other questions to Ms. Cho by any of the board members before we allow her to speak? She wants to speak again. Okay.
So, maybe you revoked my license. How can I working and how can I pay my fine $10,000 for the city? Fine, how can I do that? So I have to working for. Please don't revoke my license.
Debbie Ritchie, do you understand the severity of what you allowed to happen? Prostitution, and it's all been proven. Last night I read over and over.
So no,
and I checked
a
few other things out as well.
No.
No. I'm just telling you the facts, ma'am. So you should have thought about that before all this occurred.
No.
You have several licenses in the state of Nevada.
It's just a massage and cosmetology license.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
But we're talking about the Cosmo Board right now. We're not talking about the state. We're talking about the Cosmetology Board.
Yes.
We as a Cosmetology Board are here to protect the public.
This is Kai Stanton. You have had plenty of opportunities to show good faith on making sure that you can stay within the rules and regulations, and it's been broken several times. So that's really, we have to follow regulations accordingly.
Yes, I have to. So when revoked my, when revoked my license, I have to bankrupt. So many bills in here. So how can I working? And then, so give it one more chance. Maybe I make another problem. The time is revoked my license. I'm gonna do okay, but right now without license I cannot work. So no work. I have to pay many bills. So how can I do so? Some people can make a mistake, so please give it one more chance. I'm not make any problem anymore. Please.
Tia Latrell McCormick. Again, I think we're at the point where we need to take a vote, but I would just like to say 7 times we have looked into the merit of your businesses, and our license is not a good fit for what you're practicing. So I am going to urge the board to revoke the cosmetology license because that is in no way what's happening in this business.
Brian Baltazar, just want to echo what all the other board members have already stated. We have a zero tolerance policy when it comes to this. Sex trafficking is a very serious issue in this state, and we are just not going to tolerate it. I think it's already been proven what needs to be done, and our responsibility is to come together with our community partners that have already decided on this and just come to a vote. And hopefully you will learn from this experience, but this isn't the place, this isn't the state where we're going to tolerate that.
Any other questions? So at this time, I think it's twofold far as us having to vote. It appears that we need to vote on the consequence and how long. Is it all one vote? Okay, we can make that one vote. So I would like to make a motion. No, I can't make the motion. I can? Okay. I would like to make a motion to revoke Mrs. Cho's cosmetological establishment license as well as her cosmetology license.
Madam President, if I may just recommend the motion to accept the recommended discipline by the Office of the Attorney General, which would include the administrative fine, the costs, and then the revocation, unless the board would like to modify the revocation time period. So I would just
Can you restate that time period again, too?
Yes, the default time period is 1 year. So if the board motions to accept the recommended discipline, then that would include the fine, the costs, and the revocation for 1 year. But you can modify that if you would like to for additional years if the board would like to.
Taylor McCormick, because I did hear something that is different, and I want to uphold it. I believe that it should be a revocation of her business license, her cosmetology license, which was both included in Ms. Brimo's. That is not included in this one. So I think of both licenses, correct?
All right, they're both included in the recommended discipline. The only thing that I heard that would be different would be the time frame. So if the board wanted to
indefinitely is something that can we say forever?
I don't think you can do indefinitely.
The max you can do is 10 years.
10 years. Okay, thank you.
Debbie Ritchie, I'd like to make a motion. Under the NRS 644A, is this correct information?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct? Okay. I would like to make a motion to have her license revoked for 7 years for 7 items. Under the, and what?
And accept the recommendation.
And accept the recommendation of the State General Attorney's Office.
Can I get a second on that motion?
Taylor McCormick, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motions carry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, board member.
Ms. Cho, Mr. Bala can talk to you outside, and then we can move on with the rest of the agenda items.
Board, we have petitioner number 12, Mr. Spencer Lawson. He's here represented by his attorney. They're asking that they be pushed to a later meeting. I don't know if we could take care of that now before we jump into the rest of the agenda, just to get them moving. Oh, I'm sorry. I talk loud, but not close enough. I don't know if you want them to step forward, request this, and then if you want to vote that way.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Can we have Spencer Lawson to come to the podium, please? Can you stand with your right hand, please, to be sworn in?
Because they recommended to move it, so
Oh, we're going to move it. We're just going to move it. Okay.
motion to move this to the next agenda.
Yes,
Okay.
Madam President, Board. We've asked, Mr. Lawson has retained me, and I've worked for him in the past, and I've told him that we need to present a good package to the board of all the circumstances rather than just do it orally. So I would ask this matter to be withdrawn from the agenda without prejudice, and we recalendar at a later date.
That's fine.
So just, if somebody can just make a motion to continue the matter.
Can I get a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to, on 8,
I believe it's item 12.
agenda item number 12 to be moved to a later date.
This is Kai Stanton. I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motions carry. Okay. We are at petition to appear, number 8. It's Matt Brenton. The National Institute of Medical Aesthetics is asking the board to review a decision by board staff to allow his school to teach aesthetic courses under the name used under other jurisdictions. NAC 644.711.2. At this time, I believe we have to have you sworn in. Oh, you can present your case.
Good morning. My name is Matt Brenton, and I'm one of the founders and the CEO of the National Institute of Medical Aesthetics. You can hear me okay? Am I close enough? We're here today, as you mentioned, our name is the National Institute of Medical Aesthetics, and the acronym we use for that is NIMA, N-I-M-A. And that's why we're here, because of our name. We're in the process of applying to become licensed as an aesthetics school, and the board staff pulled our application and said we're not allowed to proceed because of one of the provisions in the administrative code that prevents use of the word medical. It seems like it's a deceptive advertising type provision. Prohibits the use of the word medical to describe a cosmetology establishment or educational facility. And we would like to discuss today why we are requesting a variance from the application of that provision and why our circumstances are a little bit different than maybe what you're considering a standard cosmetological establishment to be. So to do that, I think I would just like to provide a little bit of our history, a little bit of background to give some context to what I'll say. And so we handed out a very small handout, little booklet that explains a little bit about who we are, a little bit about our background. It's very short, and I'll be even more brief than that in just describing our background. That'll help make sense. So it goes back to 2009. We started NEMA in the Salt Lake City area. And at the time, we were operating medical spas. We still do. That's why we got into the business. We noticed the need for training in this area. And so we opened NEMA. We taught basic aesthetics. In Utah, there's 2 licenses. There's a basic license and a master level license. We taught the basic aesthetics, and we also taught master level aesthetics. And when I say master level aesthetics, I'm really referring to some of the advanced services and primarily cosmetic lasers. And in order to provide those types of services in medical spas or for us to train with those, we are required to have medical supervision. And so we have a medical director in our Salt Lake facility. Things went well. It grew. We noticed students were coming and asking for, any of the medical professionals were coming to us asking for training in this area. And so we started professional training courses in our Salt Lake facility. And we were training other estheticians, we were training nurses and physicians in these areas of medical aesthetics. That continued to go well, and we noticed people coming even from out of state. And so we wanted to find a better destination than South Jordan, Utah, and Las Vegas was a natural fit. And so we came to Las Vegas and started offering individual professional training courses, always under the supervision of a local medical professional. And that was the beginnings of our operations in the state. Again, we're not an aesthetic school at this point, but that continued to grow well to the point where it merited having our own facility. And so we've been here in Nevada, in this facility, in Las Vegas, since about 2015, offering these professional training courses. And these are primarily cosmetic lasers, microneedling, all kinds of different medical aesthetic procedures. We have a medical director. He is a local plastic surgeon licensed here. He oversees all of our services and operations. We also use a number of licensed nurse practitioners and other physicians to provide the trainings. And that has gone well, and we're moving ahead with our plans to open an aesthetic school like we do in our South Jordan, Utah facility. So we applied to do that last year, and that's where we fast forward to today. Why we're here is that application to be licensed as an aesthetic school is being held up because of the application of this provision in the administrative code. And that provision It's the NAC 644711. It specifically prohibits advertisements which contain knowingly false or deceptive statements. And then it lists a couple of the words that it apply, and one of these words is medical, in connection with any description of the practice of cosmetology. And that's why we're here, is that we feel that a variance to the application of this provision is in order because of how we operate. We are a medical facility. We have a medical director. We have medical staff. That's what we do in our South Jordan facility, and we've been able to navigate that fine. We, alongside of our professional training courses, we operate an aesthetic school. We graduate estheticians, master estheticians from our Utah facility, and that's what we'd like to do here in Nevada. We are excited to be here. We look forward to the opportunity of expanding what we do. We in no way, I'm not here telling you, we completely understand that we are not graduating medical estheticians or master estheticians. There's no license for that here. We will be graduating estheticians, sticking to the Nevada requirements for our curriculum. But the fact that we have a medical professional, the fact that we have medical oversight, we feel should not prevent us from offering these services in our facility and under our name. And that's important to us. We've built a brand, not just in Utah, not just in Nevada, but even nationwide. And we feel that changing our name would be a real hardship and wouldn't make sense for us. That's not who we are. We are what we are. And there are other complications for a name change. Another factor is we are accredited by NACIS, and we are thereby entitled to receive Title IV funding from the Department of Education, federal financial student aid for our students. And we are accredited under this name, NEMA. And again, a name change would be another real complication for us. We have our website, it's nema.edu. So we're here respectfully requesting a variance from the application of this provision to us. We're, I guess, a little bit of a different animal here. Any questions you have, I look forward to answer them. Thank you for your time.
Any board members have any questions?
This is Kai Stanton. The medical industry and cosmetology industry do have totally different rules and regulations, and from state to state, rules and regulations do change. As you just stated yourself, you are not graduating medical estheticians, but they are going to be staying within the scope of esthetician and those rules and regulations. And because of that, we don't want the information, when you're adding medical, it automatically adds on other information that should follow along with that. And because there is a medical actual institute, there's a medical board that needs to be presented to them, because medical is within the scope of what you are doing, as well as having a medical or a physician, on staff to oversee all of these. So the insurance also is different. So there's a lot of things that impact when you're utilizing the word medical, because we're getting into fields where things are a lot more advanced with the anatomy and physiology of the information, as well as the chemistry, and making sure that all of the products that are given are actually very accurate. So we have to make sure that we are not saying, hey, it's okay because it says medical, you're writing certain recommendations, and it can get very cloudy. And so we are very careful about how we utilize medical. The other concern is with these physicians on site and the people that are on site, do they have license to teach as well? Because that's a different license. Instructor license are different than physician license as well.
Are you talking about for aesthetics?
For aesthetics, because that's the basis of your facility. Am I correct, or am I? Okay.
Yeah, we have licensed estheticians prepared. We're not training in aesthetics currently. That's what we'd like to do.
Yeah.
And yes, we fully understand the medical aspect of our business, and we operate medical spas, and we even operate trainings outside of the state, in Washington, in Idaho, in Colorado, in Arizona, in all cases. under medical supervision, the proper medical supervision for the state where we operate. So we are not currently offering aesthetics right now. We are a medical aesthetic training facility, and our courses are trained by locally licensed physicians and nurse practitioners in every case. And we want to be careful not to mix the two. And again, that's why I make the statement that we're not pretending that we're graduating medical estheticians or anything else other than a Nevada licensed esthetician.
So I just want to be clear. There's when you're hiring and the students are coming as they want to be estheticians, you are not teaching the current estheticians, but those that want to be estheticians. Am I correct?
No.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding, but we do have estheticians come to us for training in various other courses of medical supervised courses. For example, a microneedling course, for example. And these are medical professionals that teach and train and oversee these courses. So we don't currently have any courses where we say, oh, you're graduating as an esthetician or being certified as such. These are simply individual training courses for specific services.
Okay. Debbie Ritchie, I'd like to explain a little bit about like what I think is happening here. What happens is when, I would believe it's safe to say about 70% of Nevada is rental. Is that safe to say? Anyway, when people come and they rent space, some are they think they're really advanced, and they like to use the word medical esthetician. I say there is no such thing as a medical esthetician. So what they're asking is for them to be granted to keep medical on this, but what's going to happen is when people come forth, they're going to say, I went to the medical institute, and it's going to create, I believe, more problems for us as business owners using the word medical. Because when you get a medical esthetician, or if you get somebody that says, well, I went to the National Institute of Medical, I understand what you're trying to do, but I just think as a board to pass this would make it almost separating people, if you will. They're only going after for a better course. You're offering a course so you can teach them how to do microblading, how to use lasers, correct?
That is part of what we do there.
Right.
But not part of the aesthetics curriculum.
Mm-hmm. So they've already have a cosmetologist license when they come to you, correct?
Some do, some don't.
So you're wanting to get an ordinance where they're going to come to your institute to obtain their hours, what I'm understanding in here, so you can pass them on your own as medical, or not medical, take out the word medical, estheticians.
Yeah, we would never graduate a medical esthetician. We have the same issue in Salt Lake City. There's no medical esthetician license, and we've graduated almost 1,000 esthetician students from our facility in Salt Lake City.
But what you're wanting to do is make a whole new curriculum for estheticians that can come to your school.
No.
I just want all of us to understand we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
Okay, so what you're asking for is so you can keep the same name, medical. Is that
Correct.
what you're here for today?
Correct.
Yeah, I don't think that will be good for us. Just.
The other board members, before I speak, I just wanted to go ahead and Ms. Taylor Trail.
Taylor Trail McCormick. I am actually going to, on the end of this question, ask for some guidance from Deputy Executive Director Adam Higginbotham. But in legal review committee, which is what we just came out, which is why I think it's just such a shame the timing of it all, because I think we really put some thought, and this came up across discussion. However, I think the time for that has passed, but we had discussed just crossing into the medical areas under the scope of cosmetology and aesthetics, and the backlash that has, or just the resounding no that we have gotten from our medical professionals who don't want for our licenses to take from their practices. And I think that with something like this, although it would be very advantageous for your business, and I think for even the students who would have a chance to learn under that scope, it wouldn't take from your business whatever you're offering to take the medical away. It would take a lot from us as far as setting precedents in allowing this. It would definitely send a ricochet, I think, into future requests. Because that word medical carries a lot of weight when you're talking about skincare treatments that are hundreds and hundreds of dollars. And once that starts getting thrown around, it starts to get watered down. And so I just think that we might want to figure out what direction we're working towards. And I think that it's not a no for me. I think it's a maybe not at this moment until we've better ironed out the details and the scope of practices for our current licenses under these new laws and guidelines, because we are being very competitive with our sister cities, Arizona and Los Angeles. Like, these are all places that, in Phoenix, Arizona, we just want to be very careful not to start something that we definitely are not ready for. That's just, that's it. So
before you speak, Adam, Gwen Bramo, board chair, I really like the idea, but I'm still kind of trying to kind of help you guys. Like, when I read this information, I think it's good. It's really good for the industry as a whole, because at one time I was serviced by a medical esthetician. So I see the movement towards that direction. But my concerns, it's a 1,200-hour master program when the aesthetic license now is currently 900, which will be reduced this coming legislation to 600. So there's a lot of issues that I think that need to be worked out. Not just that, with our state, far as testing. When the individuals come before our state board and to be tested for this particular curriculum, I don't even know if we are up to speed, even prepared to even test them on these techniques, because there's nothing in our curriculum.
I apologize if I misled or I feel like I've been misunderstood. I'm not here requesting you to create or add to or change your aesthetics license. We are not here saying, oh, let's add in all these other services and procedures and push something out that's different than anything that it's an esthetician. We're here, we want to run an aesthetic school like any of the rest of the aesthetic schools offer here, with the same basic curriculum where we'll train on facials and waxing and lash extensions. All those things that are within the scope of the Nevada aesthetics license. That's what we'll do. We just don't want to be prohibited from doing so under the same roof where we offer these other procedures and have for many years now. And just because we feel like we're being punished because we have a physician, because we have these other classes and a higher standard, we're not saying that we are graduating medical estheticians or trying to change the way you do things here.
We're not here to punish you.
Okay.
So that's first and foremost. We're not here to punish you, but it's something that has to be regulated by our state. And at this time, if it's combined in one location, and it's just almost like the two different entities with barbering and cosmetology, that they're not prepared for that. You can't hold them under the same roof because it's not a law. So we've had a lot of backlash with the medical, because this has came to us before, wanting aesthetics to be medical. I just don't see how it could be regulated up under the same roof under our board. So, Adam, can you give us a little bit more information?
Yes, from my understanding, NEMA had contacted us maybe in May of 2018 and asked, we want to open up a school. We gave them the outline of the school requirements. At that time, there were no issues with the aesthetics outline that we were communicating, saying here's the curriculum for the aesthetics program. All of the variables and requirements to open up a school could be met. The only obstacle that we have as processing the school license is the term medical only. And that's only because of that NAC 644-711, which talks about advertisements which contain knowingly false or deceptive statements. This does not necessarily apply because there's no misleading of the public because there are two separate functions of the school occurring. There is the routine basic level education for an esthetician who wants to go from no license to training to get licensed. In addition to that program, they offer an advanced program for currently licensed estheticians and cosmetologists. From our understanding, the market, especially the market where it includes medical doctors, they like to hire estheticians more than the term cosmetologist. They like to hire an esthetician that has received advanced training into things that can be overseen through a physician's supervision. So our obstacle here was the term medical and us issuing a school license with the term medical. From our understanding, our communication, NEMA has communicated of opening up a school and meeting those requirements. It seems the discussion is can a basic level school be incorporated where advanced training is also administered? If I'm speaking in a summary that
well
from
said.
our interaction.
Yes, well said.
Well, I'm just thinking in my terms, if it went like that, we could put medical up on our signage in our cosmetology world. And that's going to open up, I mean, it's better for me, but I'm just thinking of the cosmetologist that has a full clientele that operates under a business who rents space or is employed. I don't know how your operation works, but I have a medical doctor, and that's on site because the physician has to be on site when these services are performed. So this is something I don't want to take lightly because my husband's a physician. So when I hear the word medical, I don't relate that to the cosmetology world. That's just me.
If I may, my name is Matthew Dushoff. I'm an attorney with Colasar and Latham, representing NEMA, and I completely understand your issue, and that's why I think Mr. Higginbotham has really summarized this, because what you're talking about when you're talking about your code, you're talking about knowingly false and deceptive, but that's not what we have here. I understand your concern but they are medically licensed. They have that accreditation to teach. So that's their name, right? NEMA, and they have that, and they're doing that now. But what they want to do now is to offer, I don't look at it as a negative, I look at it as an incredible positive, is to offer esthetician licenses now. Now imagine those people who are doing their esthetician, and you said now it'll be reduced to 600 hours. Okay. Now those people also in the same place may have an additional opportunity to get advanced training under the same roof. They're not going to be called medical estheticians. They're going to be called estheticians. This is NEMA, and they all already, you can't just, not anybody's going to be to open up a cosmetology school and call themselves medical. This is the different breed because they already have that license to teach medical. Okay, they just want to have that opportunity now to just open up an esthetician place under it. But those people, unlike any other place that I've seen here in Nevada, now those estheticians have the same opportunity with the same loans, because a lot of people, they can't afford this. But now you're talking about getting the funding, and what he was talking about, to have under the same roof, be able to get advanced training where these people can now have a chance to earn a better living. And I think that is such a key part of this. It's not deceptive. It's not knowingly deceptive. We're not trying to dupe anybody because they are actually what they say they are. And they are actually have that accreditation to teach medical.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're trying to put something out there that they're not, because they actually are.
Yeah, I understand that, totally get what you're saying, but I've been in this world for 42 years, and I get what you're trying to do. Hey, great, but even like for me, I would like to have us have one board with the Cosmo board, the massage board, the barber board, because we need to be one board, because it's so segregated right now. Do you understand? So by you coming forth and saying you want to change our curriculum, not really change the curriculum, but you get what I'm saying, what's going to happen is we're going to have people come forth and, I mean, it's a turning point, but right now, I think that we're putting the horse before the cart. That's what I think.
Gwen Bramo, Board Chair. Mr. Landry, can you maybe elaborate a little bit more on what we could do maybe moving forward because I could actually see this as a school owner and offering aesthetics, and I can speak for a lot of the other schools because we network. I could see the students graduating, getting some training in advertising medical aesthetics. So those are some of the kind of concerns, because I know we had a school here in our state that wanted to offer medical aesthetics, and they wouldn't allow them. So it's kind of like we have to be prepared when we start making these decisions. We have to be prepared for growth, and this is an area that I don't think we're quite prepared. I think we're on our way there. But I think we need to get some standards put in place so that because now we have licensed specialty schools. You can get us. It used to be years ago where you could only get a cosmetology school and offer all courses. But now they have a hair school only. They're going to be doing a nail school only, a skincare school, esthetician school only. And we need to have these things in place, because if I have a skincare school and I have a medical director that's on my staff or on my license, and now I want to be able to offer medical aesthetics to my students as well. And it's just I don't see it from what I've already seen. So Mr. Landry can speak more for us.
Yes, Gary Landry, Executive Director. The using the term medical cannot be used when you're putting it on your license. You can't use it to advertise. You can't do anything. You can never call yourself a medical esthetician, because the word esthetician belongs to the Cosmetology Board. The word medical belongs to the Medical Board. So that those two stay separate. The problem that the board now faces is having a school, National Institute of Medical Aesthetics, where it's medical, teaching medical to estheticians, teaching aesthetics to estheticians, and keeping those separate. That's the gist of what this is all about. And it's really just, does the board feel comfortable in issuing a license to a school that would be known as NEMA, National Institute of Medical Aesthetics, or not? And that's what it all boils down to. It's strictly a comfort level, and whether the board feels that they can rightly segregate the two courses and make sure the students understand when they're coming out that they will only have an esthetician license and not a medical esthetician. If they take advanced medical courses, then they can practice with a doctor and all. But it's never the case, and it's not going to be regulated by us to ever oversee medical procedures that are being done by an esthetician. That's a medical procedure.
If I may, and I think your concern, Secretary Treasurer Ritchie, I think your concern.
My concern is just medical.
Right.
That's it.
And I understand because you don't want estheticians to go out there and say, I'm a medical esthetician, right? If I can say, okay. And the best part about this, they can't, right? There's rules that say they can't, whether they graduated from NEMA.
I understand that, but in reality, if this passes, I'll be able to put medical on my windows.
Well, and I apologize because I
saying what's real.
But I don't understand, because that, at least according to under your rules and regulations, you couldn't do that, right?
Yes, we could. If this passes, I'll be able to go to my salons and put medical on my windows. Absolutely.
By changing the name of your business.
And that'll open up a whole different world for me. I mean, it's better for me.
Gwen Bramo, Board Chair. I think at this point we need to make a vote, but I just want the board to understand that if an inspector goes to a establishment, am I right, Adam? If an inspector goes to an establishment and there's an esthetician practicing one of these particular chemical peels or the microneedling, things that we have not yet approved, what are the consequences? Are we going to have to, they would have to come before us, or they'll be fined?
They would most likely be fined for practicing outside of the scope, and we do experience those matters rather routinely.
Brian Baltazar, so my question would be, so if we had any other interested parties in the future that wanted to also entertain the same change, obviously they would have to come before the board and we would have to grant that variance. What would it look like if we were to grant the variance in this instance? Would we have any mechanism to roll it back in the future if we ever found it to be problematic?
The first recommendation I would probably have for NEMA would be to require all students to sign a statement identifying that they are not a medical esthetician, and that we can even have them sign a statement that has the scope of practice for an esthetician on that document that forces them to sign, that clearly identifies the services that they should be, that they can perform under the aesthetic scope of practice, and those main concerns can be specifically listed as exclusions to what that profession could not perform.
Debbie Ritchie, so let me just get this straight, and maybe you can help me, Mr. Bala.
Sorry,
If we vote on this and this passes, it's going to be put in our law book, correct? Yes or no?
So just to make clear right now, what they're asking is for a variance in a regulation. That would be a one-time variance that would be granted. If you look closely at the NAC, it says that the statement should not be false or deceptive. So in regards to Member Balthazar's question about whether there could be any pullback, the board could later determine that there was false and deceptive statements made in connection to the advertising that they were pursuing. And then therefore institute disciplinary action on that basis. However, though, the board members, I think, do have a lot of concerns here which are warranted about what does this say to the industry, what are the other consequences. So there's the question of whether the board wants to grant a one-time variance here, and if not, I think there's also some flavor from the board to consider some sort of regulation change or to keep an open mind about that. That would have to be a separate question where the board would then have to propose some regulatory changes and go through the notice and comment process. So that's a separate question than the question here today, which is whether the board should grant a one-time variance.
So Debbie Ritchie, so we're a more sophisticated board now. I think we have a great team up here, and I understand what you're trying to do. But when you change a regulation, it's going to impact a lot of businesses. Because my only concern is just take away the word medical. Great. But if we grant this, it's going to cost the city, it's going to cost the board money for attorneys, it's going to cost, there's a lot of things involved here. It's called cost. And cost, I'm a person to try to save in any way I can. So when they're asking for a variance on different avenues that they want to take here, understand it's going to cost. That's number one. Number two, it's going to have a reaction to all the cosmetology world here in Nevada, when they could simply, why don't you just go and change the word medical? I don't understand.
So good question, and that's something we, of course, contemplated, but we are accredited by NACIS, and to go through a name change is quite a costly, laborious, long-term process. And we have a website, we have affiliation with our other training locations.
And that's a cost of doing business.
And our website and our affiliation with all these other locations where we train, and it's something that we feel that has been put as simply as possible.
I understand. I just think that we're a more sophisticated board now. And I hope my board members see that as well.
Is there any other questions before we?
Could I also point out one thing? In your own administrative code, it contemplates offering medical services and health care within the same establishment where cosmetology is offered, and that's all we're asking to do. I'm pointing to the administrative code, section 644A615, and it deals with displaying licenses and how the space is used. This is contemplated in your own code, and I want to just restate that we will be very, very careful. Statements will be signed. We are not graduating master or medical estheticians or advanced estheticians. We're simply offering an aesthetic
I understand.
curriculum.
I just think you really need to come back with just the word medical not there, and I think our whole board would see it differently.
So it's contemplated here in Section 3, the operator of a cosmetological establishment may lease space to a cosmetological establishment to a provider of health care for the purpose of providing health care within the scope of his or her practice. Effectively, that could be considered what we're doing. And we feel that there are plenty of steps that can be taken to make sure that there's no deception. And that, as
yes, but
Mr.
as a
Bala
board,
said,
we can take all the measures we want, but at the end of the day, it's about cost too.
Gwen Bramo, board chair. I understand. I get it, and what we're here for growth, and not to hinder anyone that wants to continue to grow business. But there's just a few concerns, and you're right. In our law, it does state that we could lease space, but leasing space and having the cosmetology board to oversee the school inside of another school, I think that's where the bigger issue comes into play. If it was a space, a closed door, yes, you can have another business there inside of a business. It's what that law was purposely written for. But to have the Nevada Board of Cosmetology to oversee and have oversight of that school, I just can't see the board even prepared yet. I think it needs to be possibly moving towards a regulation change. Medical aesthetics they're here and it's here to stay, and we want our estheticians to be successful. I mean, if I could even recommend, those that want advanced training to your school, I get it. I really do. But there's a lot of other things that I think we're not just really taking into consideration yet. Is it something that our board can oversee? Is my concern. Is sitting here for the safety of the schools and the public health, is I want to be able to make sure it's something that we can oversee and not just oversee as we move forward. We putting this in place, putting that in place. I think we need to go back to the table to maybe possibly get some things put into place, and I will feel comfortable at that time once I know that this is something that we can oversee as a board.
Brian Baltazar. Honestly, I'm torn in between because I'm getting that the general mood of the staff and council give us enough leeway that we could grant a variance. And I feel that we could potentially put in the proper steps in order to ensure that we don't regret our decision later on, to be honest. But I would feel that a regulation change, I mean, we wouldn't have to bring anything to the legislature. We could do this ourselves, would be preferred, just simply because I get the mood of my fellow board members and I understand exactly where they're coming from. I just think that just to make everyone more comfortable, I think a regulation change would be preferred as opposed to granting a variance, because it could flood our doorsteps with other parties seeking the same kind of treatment. And honestly, I am truly torn in between the two. I just think for everyone's comfort, a regulation change, which would be a lot easier, something that we can do ourselves, would be just preferred, and we would certainly invite you to that conversation in order to formulate what that regulation would look like. And it is unfortunate that we didn't hear about this earlier, because we did just literally, not that long ago, have a discussion about this, and it was a very long discussion where we heard from multiple parties. It wasn't just a unilateral decision. So that's where I would sit, and I do want to support my fellow board members and what they feel comfortable with, as well as being open to new businesses and new prospects being entertained here in our state.
Gary Landry, Executive Director, just wanted to make one clarifying point. When you change regulations, the legislature will still hear that and will still rule on that. It's just it doesn't go before the full legislature. You go before a legislature subcommittee. They hear it and they approve it. But I just wanted to make sure that everyone understood the legislature approves everything. They approve the regulations. They approve the laws. Everything is controlled by the legislature. Just wanted to make that one point.
Okay, at this time, I think the time has come for us board members to make a decision. And the decision is if we're going to be able to feel comfortable granting a variance to NEMA, the National Institute of Medical Aesthetics, to be able to operate an aesthetic school under the medical name of medical aesthetics, because it's under one roof. Am I correct?
That is correct. If I may, can we just for the record, admit what we gave you, our brochure, as part of the record? I'd appreciate that.
Okay, wonderful. We would like to also make the brochure, it's a nice brochure as well, to the record. So do I have a board member to make a motion?
Before we make a motion, I just had a question. Is there any way that we could potentially postpone this? I mean, the legislative session hasn't started. Is there any way that we could do something between now and the start of the session in order to entertain a regulation change?
This is Kai Stanton. I would really like to not necessarily come back to this particular case, but I would like to have a conversation. I think it's very important that the board really goes over the details and things that just for the medical part to be added into. I do agree with a lot of conversation that went on here, and I think it's very important that the board take a serious, sobering look at what we are talking about that in the future, probably not at this very moment, regarding a variance.
Taylor Traum McCormick, I agree with both Brian and Kai. I would like to find a way to postpone such a definite decision in this matter, because I think that it could set precedents either in a good way or a bad way. And so if we could just take and hit the pause button and collectively work together to make it a good precedence, that's something that I think everyone wants, because we want our students to be the best students, and I think your program is amazing. The thing is that we, like the other board members have said, it's the appearance of. When we go on your website, there are microblading and a lot of machines and a lot of things that people go, this is where I want to go because this school is going to get me into this direction. So I think if we work together, we can make sure that the appearance of something is not there. You can get your curriculum. We can make sure that the wording is correct, but that's a conversation I think we need to plan to have. And at this point, a lot of time has been put into the legal review committees, and we've been meeting for a very long time. So hitting the pause button versus going back into and postponing, I think are two different things, but I definitely don't know that we should make a definite decision and establish any precedents today.
We would not, I just spoke with my client, we would not have a problem with that. I think it's a great idea, and then we can set up meetings with either council or the board to be able to discuss that and better avenues with the language where NEMA and other people, other companies like that would be able to fit in. But we don't have a problem with that.
Debbie Ritchie, understanding that the reason why you're here, I'm just going to say, because it's just because of the medical. That's the only reason why you're here, correct? Wait.
Yes.
Okay. So by saying that, you're taking up our administrative time with our attorneys, correct? Correct? Costing.
I just want to correct, it doesn't necessarily involve the attorneys, it's mostly
Yeah,
the
but
staff.
there is still going to be attorney's fees associated with that.
But I'm not sure what, sorry, Deputy Richard.
Our
I'm not sure
attorney's
to-
fees.
For what though? What's the expenditure?
If we move, okay, here's my only thing is it's gonna, there's a cost factor when you're.
We're happy to compensate for any costs.
Okay,
More than happy.
But let's just start with this.
Sure.
How much is it going to cost you to simply just take out the word medical, and you can come here with open arms? God, that would be great if you offered all those services. But the only reason why you're here is to change the word medical. So what you're asking us to look at you and do this, which we want to, but all you're really doing is you're trying to save money on the word medical.
Just, Sophia Long, Deputy Attorney General, just to interject, I think we were all comfortable with tabling this. And I just want to make sure that the board's not trying to dictate what Mr. Britton should
absolutely
do
not.
with his own business.
Oh, absolutely not. That's not.
It looks like the board also was kind of in favor and going in a direction of making or discussing a reg change anyway, and they would just be a part of the discussion.
Oh,
And that's it.
absolutely. But I just wanted the board to be aware of that there's a cost factor as well. That's all. And it's simply by you going and changing your name. And I agree to move forward with what you're all saying. Absolutely. Because how are we going to move forward with anything? You know, with some of the stuff that we've been wanting to do, we have to move forward sometime. But I think you're just here basically that we just change the word medical, and it would save everybody, and we can still move forward and do what.
Gwen Bramo, Board Chair. I think the board has kind of set precedence today. We're comfortable with moving, tabling this and trying to work out, make possible regulations where we can feel comfortable that our state will be able to oversee the separation is where my concern is today. So can I get a board member to make a motion?
The petitioners were agreeable to kind of just table this, so we don't have to make any motions. We can just move on to the next agenda item, if it's okay, again, with the petitioners.
Yeah, that's fine. Last quick words, we love Nevada. We love being here. We see massive opportunity. We unfortunately bring a lot of your Nevada residents to Utah to attend our programs because of the opportunities there, and then they come back here. So we want them to stay here, and we want them to come to our facility here, and we're here. We're not going anywhere. We want to work with you. We want to be good citizens. There's a massive, massive opportunity to do something awesome here, and we want to be a part of that dialogue.
Thank you for coming, and I appreciate that. We appreciate that. Hope to see you soon. Okay, so Adam, you can maybe set something up in the future where we can have some type of dialogue. Okay, wonderful. Can we take a break? What about 10-minute break?
Brian
Okay.
Baltazar, is there any way to ensure that the board is part of that conversation and that dialogue? Okay. Okay.
Okay, we're ready to begin. Do we have any questions for anybody up north? It's been really quiet up there this morning. We're good? Okay. We are now asking petitioner number 9, and is it Dwayne Chaluvu? License number A4810 is requesting a reduction of the late fees occurred in order to renew her aesthetic license for possible action. Can you raise your right hand, please? You don't have to? No sworn in? Okay, you don't have to be. You want to have a seat? You can go ahead and speak.
I get diabetes. Then my eye had cataract. So at that time, I couldn't see. Even I cannot renew my driver license. So I had to stop to work to wait for surgery. And when after I get surgery, I went back to work. But my license renew is over. So I had no job, and at that time I get disability. So when I be back, and my license had to be about almost 200 some or 300. So I couldn't renew my license, and now it go up with my nail license. It's go up 760 now. So that's why I can have no job to work, and I go to welfare food stamp, and now I have one girl, she 11-year-old, and I had to work for her clothes and her food. But right now, if I have no license, I cannot work. So I go to One Stop Foundation for asking for help me to get my license back, and they say they just pay for my renewed license fee, but they don't pay for my late fee. That's why I had no chance to get my license back.
Have any board members that have any questions for Mrs. Vu?
Brian Baltazar. So first of all, I do want to thank you for coming before the board and wanting for us to hear basically the hardship that you endured that prevented you from, well, that resulted in you getting to this place where you are now. I just want to confirm that as a board that we do not have the authority to waive or diminish fees.
Gary Landry, Executive Director. Mr. Baltazar, that's correct. The board has no provisions in the law that allows you to reduce or put off or delay or anything the fees for late renewal of licensing. That is correct.
Perfect. So I just want that, and I know this is an issue that comes before the board habitually, and it does have to do with, just not being well versed with the law. And I know I'm going to go off on a tangent, but I would actually like for the board to maybe considering revising that statute, because I think it really limits our ability to work with the community. It really prevents people from being able to dig themselves out of the hole that they find themselves in. And, just off to the side, I've gotten a lot of feedback from the community, from various people of different walks of life that ask for some sort of assistance. And just as the board, we don't have the authority to offer any assistance. So again, I would like for us to have that conversation. Maybe this isn't the arena to do that, but hopefully entertaining revising that statute that would give the board the authority again to make those changes and make those reductions if we feel it necessary.
Do Tia Latrell McCormick, to add to, am I okay? Oh, to add, I agree with Brian very much that I think we should come up with something for situations like this. Again, though the law is the law, so we have to, for this case, we are going to have to go by, our scope of authority. But for the future, to add to what he said, just for the record, I think that maybe instead of forgiving late fees after the late fees have been incurred and incurred and incurred and incurred, I believe that maybe I would be very open to entertaining some kind of something where people could submit for hardship, or, I don't know how that looks, but again, we are very limited in what we can do. But I think that anything that is going to become a hardship, you should deal with it proactively, not reactively. And so anytime you realize that you haven't been able to do this and haven't been able to, and it's affecting your livelihood, it's been affecting your livelihood. And so now that you decided you want it back, there is a course that you're going to have to take to get your license back. However, should you fall on hard times again, I do think that we as a board should be ready to offer some assistance if you should proactively reach out to us. So we can work towards that, I believe.
Do any board member have any questions regarding this issue with Mr. Landry?
So what would something like what we're potentially proposing, how would that look like moving forward? What are the next steps?
So just real quick, Sophia Long, Deputy Attorney General. The agenda item right now is whether to reduce the late fees for Ms. Vu. So if you guys wanted to have a conversation later on regarding changing your regs or something, that has to happen off this agenda item.
Okay, I would like to, since there's no other questions, any other questions for Mrs. Vu? Since there is no other questions, I would like to have a board member to make a motion.
Tia Latrell McCormick, I'd like to make a motion to uphold the fees. However, I would like to. What is it that you're stopping?
We're just making a motion on the late fees. I think, I believe.
To add to there that she had a certain amount of time to pay it.
Oh, okay.
Tia Latrell McCormick, I would like to make a motion that we uphold the fees, but I would like to give her a year to pay them.
Debbie Ritchie, I second that motion.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. So do we need to speak to Ms. Vu before she leaves? Is she okay? Okay. So it's all understood, the time frame that it has to be paid?
Actually, I think I misspoke. If I'm going to ask Andrew to help me rephrase my motion here.
Okay, hold on 1
because
second.
all fees would have to be paid prior to her reinstating her license. So what are my options here are there any? Or just no, actually?
This is Andrew Helms, Chief Financial Officer. With the late fees, the $20 accumulates every month for a licensee, regardless. So she won't get her new license issued until she pays those late fees in full.
Okay, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, I misstated my my motion. So,
Since there was a motion that already passed,
just leave it.
So yeah, you have two options. You can either leave it, or the board can agree to take back the vote, and then you can restate your vote. So you have two options. You can either leave it as it is, or if you wanted to open more discussion and make a different decision, first you have to vote to take back the initial vote.
Board members, I would like for us to take back the initial vote.
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now we can restate the vote.
Taylor Trum McCormick, I'm like to make a motion to uphold the fees in this case.
Debbie Ritchie, second that.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
That means I can pay my license for a year.
Mr. Bala can talk to you regarding
Thank you.
regarding that outside. Yeah.
Okay, we're here now at agenda item number 10. I think we need a presentation by Leah. Okay, you want to come down and?
Sure, I think Nina's actually going to be passing out the
We
presentation
have some exhibits,
slides.
okay.
Yep. Have extra. So, ladies of the board and Brian, over the last few meetings, I know you all have commented that you're getting a lot of petitioners asking about reciprocity applications, and we've denied them because their hours are what we would consider suspect, and then you've all pretty much upheld those across the board because we don't know what's legitimate versus what's not. So because it's come up so often, we as board staff have put together a small presentation for you guys to kind of look over. I'll walk you through it. That kind of talks about what we see on our end and maybe different ways to approach it going forward. So slide number 2 or page 2 for you all. In the last 2 years, Nevada has seen almost 2,700 out-of-state reciprocity applications. Of those nearly 2,700 applications, more than 48% have come from California. That's more reciprocity apps from California than from Utah, Texas, New York, and Arizona combined. And those last states are the next highest on the list. So it's California followed by all of them. Slide 3 you see is, I see Ms. Ritchie has it open, it's the loop. So a typical reciprocity application has 5 main components. The application, the certification, and that's just proof that the applicant's licensed in a different state. They'll have photo ID and a work authorization, which is just proof that they can lawfully work in the United States. From beginning to end, a reciprocity application, a person comes into our office, they can expect to take no more than 30 minutes with us. We can look over their paperwork, it looks good, you can take your law test, you're out with a license. So the average person goes to a legitimate school, comes in, 30 minutes later, they're licensed in the state of Nevada. I guess that depends on how long it takes for your law test, which some of you know could possibly be lengthy. However, there are times when applications are delayed and same-day licensing may not be available. One of the main reasons for delays are the date discrepancies between time cards kept by the applicant's school and other supporting documents provided by the applicant. For example, a time card might show that Jane Doe was attending school in California on October 8th, 2018, and then they provide us with a driver's license that was also issued in the state of Nevada on October 8th, 2018. So if not completely impossible, it's very unlikely that you would both be in school for a full day and in the state of Nevada getting a driver's license. So the next slide you're going to see at the top, it says 6 suspect schools, California. This data is coming from several years of thorough application review and data collection. We have 6 California schools that we have flagged as suspect. These schools are First Academy of Beauty, Amy Beauty School, John Reigel's Academy, Santa Ana Beauty College, Tammy Beauty Academy, and Victoria Beauty College. So Santa Ana, Tammy, and Victoria are all currently closed. They're the last 3 salons on that list. However, we still receive reciprocity applications from former students of those schools. So the suspect classification, it's informal, but it is a joint classification between the California and Nevada boards of cosmetology. The 6 schools that I just listed on the previous slide are under review by the California Board, as well as other California government agencies and our agency. In addition to the 6 schools on the list, we've had, all of the 6 schools on that list, we've had at least 2 applicants apply via reciprocity in Nevada, and all of those applicants have had discrepancies with their time cards, where the school is saying that the student was taking classes and in attendance, and other documents that that student would give us is saying that the student might not even be in the country, or the student was in a completely different state, usually our state receiving a driver's license. So the chart with all the bars on it, to keep it pretty streamlined, red is danger, yellow is caution, and green means go. So if you get confused, just follow the color code. But these charts break down the time spent processing reciprocity applications from California. The chart depicts data that was collected in 2 years between July 16 and July 18. The first set of bars shows the number of applications processed each quarter from California. The green bar on the far left represents the 161 California reciprocity applications from schools that are not under watch or review by California or Nevada. These are just California schools that have submitted applications to us, and we found no discrepancies. The yellow bar in the center represents the 52 applications per quarter that come from any one of 27 schools that California has under review, but have not had any real impact in our Nevada market. So we call them semi-suspect, because we haven't had any discrepancies, but maybe California is paying closer attention. Finally, the red bar shows the 28 applications received per quarter from the 6 California schools that we have on that earlier slide as suspect, and they have known our discrepancies and are under review by both our board and California's board. You'll see that even though the Nevada State Board receives only 28 applications from one or more of the 6 suspect schools, those applications take on average 3 times longer to process than the applications in the yellow bar, and 6 times longer to review than an application that comes from a completely legitimate school that we've never found a discrepancy from. Finally, the last group of bars shows staff time spent per quarter reviewing California reciprocity applications. The total review time for 161 applications from California, from schools that are completely green, all good, is 80 hours. So 80 hours for 161 schools. The time spent on a semi-suspect school is 78 hours per quarter. And finally, with the only 28 applications that we got from the 6 suspect schools, it took 84 hours per quarter. So it took longer to review 28 applications than it did 161 applications. Your next slide will have part of our administrative code at the top. NAC 644.040 states that in special cases, upon application, the board will permit deviation from the provisions of this chapter if it finds there is good cause for the deviation and the ends of justice so require. At this time, board staff is respectfully requesting that the board consider denying applications from the 6 suspect schools without first having to spend hours or days reviewing the applications for discrepancies. It's the position of the board staff that the 6 schools from California have given Nevada enough reason to believe that they are fraudulently producing student time cards, or at the very least have unreliable system for calculating time. That denial of these applications, or not denying them rather, is allowing people who haven't worked the full amount of time, who haven't been to school, getting into the Nevada market. So the denial of these 6 school applications is intended to prevent unqualified applicants from participating in our market. And we feel that that's in line with the board's mission of protecting health and safety and making sure only qualified licensees get licensed in the state of Nevada. So with that, I gave you the presentation, but if you have any questions, this is the guy to ask. But please, any questions you have, we'd be happy to answer. Thank you.
I think this is Kai Stanton. the information is amazing. I think that I really appreciate all of the detail you have answered. A lot of questions that I have had personally regarding some of the information that we have received and reviewed some of the cases over a period of time. So I'm glad that we are really taking a detailed look at what's really happening. My other question is, with some of these schools that are still open and a lot of the students are still trying to transfer, for those that are still current, how are we still taking those times to really pinpoint how many discrepancies are from a certain school, and then what do we do with that, and how are we not controlling it, because we can't control anything, but I should say, are we continually taking students from schools that we know are having continual discrepancies regarding their hours?
The schools that are on our suspects list go through a additional review, and there are additional requirements that need to be provided so we can verify the school. There are additional schools of those 6 schools that were talked about here that some of the time cards cannot be presented to us because the schools have already closed down from the pressures that they're experiencing, from the pressures that the school is experiencing from the authority within their jurisdiction. We require additional time cards so the student can provide details that they are at the school, and if they can't provide it because the school is not open any longer, we can't verify their education. And those individuals end up coming here because we send them a letter saying, we're unable to process your application because we can't verify your school information. The decision on your application needs to be made before the board. And that's why you have some people here that petition to appear before the board, and it's related to their school information not being able to be verified. That's the reason. We are unable to verify that they've had that education based on the documentation that they provided us.
Debbie Ritchie, well, I just think that this is a big problem in California. It's not really our problem, and we can't fix California's problem. As a matter of fact, they just had a huge upturn in the Senate up there, or for governing the licensing in California. You all heard of that, right? We can't control them. But my only concern is, what about that girl that signed up for school, and she's over there in Corona, Roseman, and Temple City? There's three left, correct? The other 3 have shut down. So what about that girl and these are all very low income areas. I mean, I don't know where it is on here, but Corona and Roseman. So what about that person that went and put in her hours? So as a board, I think we need to be fair on stating, I know it takes a lot of hours and time is money. I'm all about the time spent. But maybe we can have a regulation across the board that says if you have more, if you're contesting more than 400 hours, then I think we need to look into it. I think if it's anything less and somebody's coming over here, they've been in school for a month, I'm just trying to throw out different options that we can do to make a win-win for everyone, instead of, because you're asking for us to take these off the table.
Yeah,
correct?
these 6 we've asked for documentation from these 6 schools, the administrators, and they have given us a document that has been determined not accurate.
Not accurate.
Meaning not true. Meaning they were vouching for a student at a location, being a student being at a certain location at a certain time, when that student was not even in that state.
Yeah, I'm just
So-
talking for the person that has done some hours, and it could be real hours.
Gwen Bramo, Board Chair. I get it. I understand the hour situation. And I understand those students that attended those schools, in the past that probably would want to come forward to get a reciprocity. But I think we're mainly speaking about these students are these individuals already licensed in California, and then they want to come over to our state to get licensed?
Some of these individuals, yes.
Okay, so my question, and I think maybe a concern, is if these schools are actually maybe doing illegal activity, I really think that we as a board should take in consideration that we want to deal with schools that is going to be on the up and up. I don't want to see us get in this pity fight thing with trying to figure out if this school, if this person hours are legit or not. When we're enrolling in the school, and I try to share this with students, you know, there's other schools. Go check those schools out. You have to be able to do some due diligence for yourself when you're spending your money and taxpayers' dollars. So if the schools are not doing the right thing, the majority of the time they're not doing the right thing in the school. Not just with the hours. I mean, the students are coming and students are going. The students are pretty much probably teaching themselves and studying themselves, whatever it is, because the school owner doesn't take enough initiative to make sure that the school is a professional setting and the environment is going to be ran by the state of California's guidelines. So we don't want that here either. So I do get it. It's a touchy thing, but if we don't stop it, schools are popping up everywhere, and that's fine because that's business. But we as a state and the board to oversee and make sure that we have the proper regulations in place, that we're going to get qualified individuals that come here and actually come here ready to work, and not because somebody's passed them on a book and they passed the test. So I think we need to take really good consideration of our state's time and our state's recommendation, that we set a presence that if you're going to go to Nevada to get licensed, you're going to be on the up and up. It's going to be legit. So at this time, I just want us as board members to understand that it's a big issue. And it's a growing issue, and I wanted to make aware of some other things that I've been kind of seeing in the school business that's coming into our schools. And you know, these students, they don't know. They don't have a clue where to begin. They just have hours that was given. So it has to stop somewhere as we grow. Vegas, everybody wants to come to Las Vegas, which is great for business. So I think we just need to understand what our board that we are representing and the people that we put in place to make the right decisions. And I don't think we're just here to ban schools. I think we want to ban the bad schools. So.
Okay, Debbie Ritchie, I totally agree with what you're saying. However, what about Kim Pauley, who has 3 kids that went to these schools, and she's legit. Okay, I'm just saying, because they're not all. But what I'm saying, moving forward, let's try to make a win-win. And absolutely, this day forward, no, we do not accept anybody from these schools. But I'm just saying, let's not forget about the person that was left behind. That's all. So moving forward.
And I do understand. I know we have a compassionate board here as well. And because we have we're here in different places and times in our life, but when you get to see a lot of it, and it's unfair for the students that has 3-4 kids and they get up every morning and they make it to school, then you have one that have 3-4 kids and all they have money.
No, I understand. I just want to, for that, and I don't know, because you guys know what the real facts are. Yeah. We're just as a board looking at what you've given us. So I'm just speaking for somebody that has had a struggle and that has done the right thing. I just don't want to just disregard her because she matters. So I'm just saying, from this point forward, we do not accept anybody from these schools. If you went there, and make it known and have it on the record that if you're going to apply to any of these schools, get it on our website. We will not accept you into the state of Nevada. But continue until, because it's probably, it's eventually, if they're doing that, they're going to do it everywhere. It's going to close anyway. We already got 3 of them closed. That's just, and I totally agree with what you're saying.
Just one more comment. I'm sorry, Gwen Bramo, chairperson. I think that moving forward too, those that we can't verify. See, there's probably thousands or hundreds of these students that have this issue that our board's not able to verify. So, and we've had them before us, that there's been so many cases before us in the past that they were at the Department of Motor Vehicle on the same day they clocked into school.
Yeah, but by saying that, I totally get what you're saying, but as I said before, making it a win-win, they can determine, well, this person was in that place, so she's excluded. I'm just talking about if they have over a certain amount of hours, they need to look at it. Don't disregard somebody because everybody else has done wrong.
Ashish Bala, Deputy Attorney General. If I may, I just wanted to clarify that I think board staff is simply asking for the authority to flag these schools, not to ban these schools. So those concerns would definitely be taken into account.
Mr. Bella, is there any way we can put into place where we don't accept anybody and have it on our website
We're
from
asking
that
to ban
school?
it. It was pretty clear to ban.
But what?
They're asking for a ban, Mr. Bala, for sure.
Okay, so what about the past of the people that you're out, does that mean somebody that's almost close to graduating, and you can't find anything that says they were here getting a license or something? Does that mean we're going to disregard them? Or how exactly, what are we talking here? Because I'm confused now.
My apologies, I was confused as well because my understanding was that the board staff was asking to flag these schools. You can't ban them and take action against them without noticing them appropriately, right?
So we can't, as a board.
833B? Oh, okay.
I think we've already flagged them.
Yeah.
We've done that for months.
But as a board, can we?
Here's the data.
Excuse me, Debbie Ritchie, as a board, can we not accept any of these students anymore from this point on?
You could,
can we
my
go forward?
apologies. My understanding was that a notice letter hadn't been sent, but upon clarification from the board staff, that has been done. So the board could take action to ban them.
Tia Latrell McCormick, I am just wanting to state for any other members who might just want to hear me, this isn't something we thought of yesterday. It's like a lot of work has gone into getting us to this point, and these schools and this presentation. I thank you for the presentation. It's as clear as day. I mean, literally. We have a huge influx of people coming from California, not only in our rental markets, but now it's going to be all across the board. And so let's be proactive. Let's put on our proactive hats and realize that when we ask them to capture this data, when we ask them to put together presentations, when we ask them to collect enough information to help us make these actions, when it's time to make the action, let's make the action. And they have clearly put out enough information and enough facts that I think these schools just need to be banned and we need to move forward,
Sophia Long, Deputy Attorney General. The only thing I would suggest is if the board is looking to pretty much do a ban of these 6 schools, is to give them notice of some sort of phase-out period. So, for example, that you'll still look at applications for the next 30, is someone who graduated within the next 30, 60, 90 days, whatever it is. And then as of a certain date, you wouldn't be looking at these schools anymore.
From our understanding, our last communication with California Board of Cosmetology, any of these 6 schools that come through, they're just sitting on the application. They're not processing them.
At this time, the time has come again where I think we have enough information that was given to us to make a decision. In the last 2 years, I know that I've sat here on the board, we've had multiple license participants come to us with conflicting information to be licensed. So we have to, as a state and as a board, we have a obligation to the consumer to make sure that these individuals have obtained actually school hours and time and no proper sanitation and procedures. So I'm asking for someone to make a motion to uphold the Nevada Board of Cosmetology's decision.
Tia Latrell McCormick, I'd like to make a motion that, do we need to state the NAC? No? Okay. I'd like to make a motion that the following schools be banned from accepting applications of reciprocity from the state of California. Do I need to name them? Do I need to name them? The schools? Okay. And time frame, do I need to state a time frame? Taylor Trump-McCormick, I'd like to withdraw my motion.
Okay, board members, I think we're going to be making a motion, possibly two. I think the first motion should be if we're going to uphold the decision of the Nevada Board of Cosmetology to ban these schools, and I think the second motion should be if there's participants that from that school that has reciprocity applications be directed to the board office for for review, and then determine if those is already completed should be licensed, and that should be a in-staff decision. Or can I get a motion? The time frame for those schools to be banned, they're banned. We're banning those schools.
Debbie Ritchie, I'd like to make a motion to ban all 6 schools noted, effective immediately.
This is Kai Stanton. I second that motion.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. The second motion is for that any school applicant, any participant applicant from any of those schools in the future, moving forward, will be reviewed by the Nevada Board of Cosmetology, and the staff makes those decisions.
Sorry, just real quick. If any applications that come in will just be rejected. But if you can just determine what to do with the applications that are sitting.
Okay.
Yeah, the only thing you can do at this point is take back the vote and re-vote.
No.
If they're planning on, if they want to.
If you want to make it in the future.
Well, any applications that's sitting, we're going to let them see those.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if that's what you want to do.
Okay, so if there's any applications, the second motion will be for any applicants applications that's sitting to be reviewed by board staff and given the authority to make those decisions if all proper documentation is there. Can I get a motion?
Okay, then I second that second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Petition number 11 to appear, Candy Helmington. Is Candy Helmington in the room?
Good morning. Candy Hamilton's not present.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, morning still. So we just go to the next one, right?
No, you can decide.
Oh, okay, we're going to decide here. Okay.
Just to be clear, board staff, Mr. or Mrs. Hamilton hasn't submitted any sort of written documentation regarding the appeal?
Okay, Candy Helmington, license number N-41176 is appeal and citation number V8319, issued on 8/31. She was cited for not having her license at the time of performing services on the client. Citation carries a $500 fine, and it was the second offense of the same NAC 644.70. The first citation, V3320, for the same infraction was issued on 3/31/2017. The fine was $200. The citation amount from 2017 is still outstanding. Ms. Hamilton paid and received her duplicate license on 4/3/17. So since Ms. Hamilton is not here, Inspector Moore, you want to present your side of the case?
It's clear as day. When I went to do the inspection, she didn't have her license posted at her station, so I issued a citation.
That was the second citation you issued her within a year?
That is correct.
Sorry, Madam President. This is Ashish Bala, Deputy Attorney General. If Ms. Hamilton is not here, then there's nothing to hear. The citation will still be upheld. So I would just advise that we just move to the next agenda item.
So we're going to... We might make a motion to uphold the citation.
You can make
Yes.
a motion to uphold it.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to uphold the citation, violation NRS 6448.8501G. J. Sorry.
Tia Latrell McCormick, I second that motion.
All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Spencer Lawson here?
He's the one who asked for.
Oh, we took him already. 13, Anderson Thomas, license number C29781. So we're still going to hear this one? Okay. So I would like to make we would like to make an motion to uphold, right?
I'd like to
Sorry, real quick.
exclude me from this vote because he works at one of my stores, so I exclude myself. Thank you.
Thank you. And the petition, so the way the agenda item is addressed is it's a petition to ask the board to review the extension. So if you make a vote, the vote will be to deny the petition.
Tia Latrell McCormick, I'd like to make a motion that the board uphold the denial of Spencer Lawson's 2018 renewal application for his hair design license.
No, it's
Next agenda item.
Oh, we're not on Spencer?
Yeah, we're on Anderson Thomas.
Sorry, you guys.
So Anderson Thomas is asking the board to approve an extension on his cosmetology license based on not receiving notices to renew. So can I get a recommendation from a board member, please?
As Gary Landry, Executive Director, the board cannot provide any extension for any license. It's by law. You pay for a certain time and it expires at a certain time, so there's no extension that can be given. We tried to explain that to Mr. Thomas, but he wanted to move forward with this petition. So I would ask the board to deny the petition and move on with the case.
Brian Baltazar, I motion to deny the extension.
Can I get a second?
This is Kai Stanton. I second that motion.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Number 14, Tiffany Brown. Is there a Tiffany Brown here today? Tiffany Brown C, license number C45540, is licensed in Nevada via reciprocity from California. She's asking the board to allow her to test for a cosmetology instructor's license based on her past experience as an instructor. Can I get a motion?
This is Kai Stanton. I would like to deny reciprocity from California due to the fact of the withdrawal of the program. I also would like to make sure that all information is properly finished through the program and the education provided with the state of Nevada.
Sorry, so the motion is to deny the petition.
I apologize. Let me restate. Thank you. This is Kai Stanton. I will deny the petition. Thank you.
Can I get a second?
Debbie, I second that motion.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Petitioner number 15, is it Link Nag Thailand? Did I mess that name up? I'm sorry if I did.
She wants to table. She sent a notice in. She would like to have her matter reviewed at the next board meeting.
Okay, so we can keep going. Right, okay. Petitioner number 16, is it Dayumi Lee? Is requesting board approval for reciprocity from California for a nail technology license. Can I get a motion? She here. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't look up. How are you?
Hi, good afternoon. Yeah, I'm good, thank you. And the reason I'm here today because I want to transfer my license from California to Nevada, but the Nevada board can unable to verify the timeline of my school, so they unable to accept the for me to transfer the license. So.
Any board members have any questions for Demi Lee?
Hi, this is Kai Stanton. Thank you for coming. My concern when I was reviewing the information is that you did not finish the program, correct? All the hours are not completed?
Oh, I did the hour.
You did the hours?
The school and I take a test.
Okay, so you do have your California license currently?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
But board, again, I want us to understand that this is information. This is another situation where the state board cannot verify the actual hours that you attended the school. Is the school still open or is the school closed?
When I came here to take a test, and they asked me for the hour, and I go back to the school, and the people there, they say the school has shut down, and right now it's the new school. It's not Tammy anymore.
This is Kai Stanton. I have a question. Can I ask the staff? Andrew, about the verifications. I have a question about the verification of the hours. When there was a discrepancy on the hours, that's the main concern, correct?
Anytime we find a timeline that could possibly be compromised from one of our suspect schools, we ask for additional documentation. And in this case, Tammy Beauty School is one of our suspect schools, our 6 suspect schools we've identified. During her training program, we can't verify her time throughout that time, throughout her training. We did notice on her DMV that she submitted with her application requirement that she attended the DMV, during which time she would have been going to school, but we cannot validate that she was attending that school at the time where she said she was supposed to be.
Gwen Bramo, board chair. I think these are the cases that we just gave board recommendation to. This is something I don't think we should be hearing. We just gave staff recommendation to continue to ask for the additional documentation that's needed. So is there any way that we could just move forward to those that's probably need to go through staff? Can I get some legal counsel?
Yeah, so I would just advise that the board deny the motion and ask staff to proceed per the previous guidance provided by the board. I think that would be appropriate in this situation.
Tia Latrell McCormick, I agree, because this is a different issue. I mean, you can't be in 2 places at one time kind of an issue. So let's not get this all foggy. I just think we need to make a motion to deny this application. It was, she applied for it under false pretense.
I second that motion, Debbie Ritchie.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam President, looking through the next list, that if you were wanting to.
Excuse me, Demi Lee, I think you would have to now contact the board. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, you would have to now, whatever, any other documentation that you can maybe supply would have to go through the Nevada Board of Cosmetology, okay? Do you understand what just happened?
But so do I have to go to school again, or because I finished all the hours?
Just contact the state board, okay? So we're giving the state board authority. If you have any other information that you can supply to them, you have to just contact state board now, because we just denied that motion to approve any documentation that was submitted.
Okay.
Thank you. The next person is petitioner to hear Tiffany Lee. Is Tiffany Lee here? Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm here to see if the board to accept my schooling information from, because I'm licensed in California, but now the school is shut down, same as the last petition. So I was wondering if there are further information I can get to get my license transfer from California to Nevada's.
Brian Baltazar, so was her petition also denied for the same reason as appearing to be in two places, two different states, two cities on the same day?
Can I get a motion to,
No, this individual has not been on two different locations. They have not been able to verify their schooling with us because they went to Tammy Beauty School. One of our largest culprits of finding suspect identities, suspect hours, has been Tammy Beauty School.
Okay, so what arose the suspicion? Was it just the fact that it's on our list? There wasn't any, what was the discrepancy with ours?
On hers, she needed to verify her training as anyone coming in from those schools. And because those 6 schools, 3 of them now can't prove their training because the school is closed down due to the pressures from the authorities looking into the investigations.
Debbie Ritchie, this is the same thing I was talking about that was probably going to occur, and here it is on the agenda. So, it's a very difficult situation. So that's why I was trying to, she could have very well done her schooling. So we're up here as a board, telling her she didn't.
Gwen
That's basically what
Bramo, board chair. I don't think we as a board is telling them that they can't. I just think that when you graduate from a school, you have to have those documentations. You have to have the transcripts to state that you completed that school. And it's difficult as a board if we allow individuals to come before us just on the fact that they've completed school with not any documentation stating that they complete. So if there's documentation that stated that you've completed school, whether it be transcripts, school records, California board records, because those records have to go, those completion records, just like with our state,
right.
When the student completes, the record goes to the Nevada Board of Cosmetology. Do California have a system in place where when the students complete, they have a copy of the transcripts? Can you answer that for me, Adam?
They do, but the difficulty that we're finding is if the school is willing to provide us inaccurate information as the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology, what's the chances of the validity of those documents being supplied to their own jurisdiction? And that's why we're in this predicament that we are in now, right now, is that the school is the authority in this respect. They are overseeing the students. The school has provided us a document that is known not to be accurate when we reviewed additional information related to a specific student. So they've lost that integrity that we could expect from a licensed school, at least in our jurisdiction.
So, Debbie Ritchie, so Tiffany, did you go to school all those hours?
Yes, I did.
You did, and you have all your documentation?
No, I don't
Providing
have
that
it.
from your school?
No, I don't have it.
How many hours did you completed the full course?
I believe it was 400.
You believe it was 400?
It's 3 years ago,
believe?
so I don't really. But when I enroll, it's 400. They told me it was 400, so I just went in and they told me, okay, now your has completed, so just wait for a letter to go get a testing. So I waited and I got the letter, and I went testing and I passed. And I got my license.
Gwen Bramo, Board Chair.
And then,
Gwen Bramo, Board Chair. Tiffany, when you completed your school, I mean, when you said you were not sure if it was 400, once you enrolled and you signed a contract, did you sign a contract with that school stating how many hours it was going to take you to complete?
Sorry, I didn't mean to say believe. It was 400.
So you actually completed 400
Yes.
hours. You don't have any documentation to state that you completed school 400 hours.
No, the school didn't give me any documents.
Debbie Ritchie, so the school didn't give you any documentation for completing your course? Because, Gwen, you'd be an expert at this, so I'm looking to deny.
Actually, I think this should be referred to back to board staff, but once you complete your school, the school had an obligation, and you had an obligation to yourself to make sure that you had those documents in hand. I mean, we've graduated hundreds of students from our schools, and they count those hours down. They keep those sheets. They have that contract. They keep that paperwork. I have students sitting here today nodding yes. So it's a little difficult when you don't have the documents, but I think this is something that we just can't. We don't have a jurisdiction to even say. Unfortunately, Tiffany, you would have to work with our state board if you can try to find those documents and do whatever you can to locate it. Maybe you have an instructor that, you know, that when you were in school, they kept the paperwork. Sometimes they keep sheets and help students out, or maybe somewhere those boxes that they have those documents stored. But it appears that we would have to have something to state that you went to school, because we're like in a tough position right now, you know, because we believe you, we want to believe you, but we're in a tough situation to allow somebody to get a license that don't have documentation to show that they attended school. So can I get a board? It's time for us to make a motion.
So what were you going to say, Tiffany? Looks like you were going to say something. Did you put kids in daycare when you were attending school, or do you have nothing? You're coming to us with nothing? I think that's my question to you.
I don't have anything, but when we enroll in the school, my mom had signed a check to the school and the board. So I don't know if that's helped or not.
Mm-mm. Make a motion? I'd like to make a motion to uphold agenda item number 17, Where's the code on this? Where is it? It's not on here. Well, okay, I'd like to make a motion to deny petition number 17.
I second that motion, Brian Baltazar.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Tiffany. You can work with our state. Petition number 18, it's for petitioner to appear. It's one Thai Kim Nijin. Is requesting the board approval for Reciprocity California cosmetology license. So can I make it, can we get a board to make a, Nijin? Win? Oh.
Soon win.
Soon win. Debbie Ritchie, is this the same, is this one of the schools as well for this case? It is? I'd like to make a motion to uphold item number 18.
To deny.
Or to deny, I'm sorry.
Brian Baltazar, I second the denial.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Petition number 19.
This individual is here.
Okay, so is it Tom Kim Win? Hi.
Hi. Debbie Ritchie, is this another one of the schools?
It is one of the other schools. This one is Victoria Beauty College.
Mm-hmm.
However, this applicant has no date discrepancy identified. She was requested to, she was attending another university called Silicon Valley at the same time. In order to help us to verify the documents, we had asked for the Silicon Valley University transcripts for the fall semester of 2016. She provided us with the transcripts for the spring semester of 2016, which is not within the purview of our review. So that's where the application is left at this moment. She did not provide the documents we had requested after our meeting. So
it was voided the fall? The fall was not there? Thank you.
Ms. Nijin, can we have you sworn in, please? She doesn't need to be. Oh, you don't have to be sworn in?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Hi, my English is still limited, and my husband, he is here. Can he sit next to me? If I don't understand well, he can translate for me. Is it okay? Before I had the meeting with that guy, and he told me I sent to him about my transcript, University Silicon Valley, and I just studied one semester. It's the spring semester in 2016, and I can give a statement about my record right now. You don't need that. We and after that I know the Nevada State Board they don't verify my application, and that's why I come to my university and I want they ratify. I just study that school just one semester, and they give me another paperwork ratify. I just study that university one semester, and I want to give a state board that paperwork. May I get to?
How would that be admitted?
Get you.
May I clarify that, please? So the State Board requested my wife here to submit proof of the university that she has gone to or she was going to school to ensure that she wasn't going to both schools at the same time. So my wife, the reason why there was no documentation to show for the fall semester, because she never went to the fall semester, she only attended the spring semester, which is from January to April, the end of April. The transcript indicated that that's the end of it, so there was nothing to show further. So then we couldn't really provide anything further than that. So that's why we're just not sure why it was denied, because she never went to school. She stopped going to school. She stopped going to the English school in order to attend the cosmetology to get her nail license at the time.
And I have paperwork for, is it paperwork from? And I have paperwork that Victoria Beauty College they give to me. Is the paperwork is the exam day, and is it this page is a completely hour for 100 hours I complete. And every day I go to school. I take 2 different buses, and with Clipper, I pay with Clipper card. And when I got in the school, I sign in, and then I come out, I sign out. I feel it's not unfair with me.
Yeah.
I didn't know the school they sell the hour until I applied my application.
Gwen Bremer, Board Chair. I'm just not sure why that there's no documentation that you attended this school besides a form that the school allowed you, but the whole while you were there tracking your hours every day, see, I think this is where the problem is coming in. It's not that we don't believe you.
Yeah.
It's just that as a student, there's a form that you fill out every single day that's required by all boards. And it's the hours that you attended school for that day and what procedures that you participated in at the end of the day. That's how you get the total of, if it's a 400-hour program, you get 400 hours, and then make up that 400 hours is certain subjects that have to be completed, and there's documentation that you're responsible for having to fill out every day.
Yes, before I complete my hours, and I asked the teacher how I can get time card, and she told me she keep it. If the California State Board, they want to check, they come at school. I can keep it. I want to keep it. I'm not sure, but the school they told me they need to keep, because if California State Board they don't believe it, they come at school and check. They just give me that paperwork. And I sign in, and the owner, she signed in too, and she put, I don't know how, she put, that's not sure. And when I know that, I try to contact with California State Board. I asked them, I went to school, it's a for sure. And I want to, how I can get my time card. They told me, they give me another phone number, and I called that office. I asked about Victoria Beauty College. They shut down, but right now I want to get my time card, and that office, she told me they don't have any time card from this school. I know what happened, how they can teach the student few years. And I had license, I work almost 2 years in California, and my husband and I, we took a honeymoon over here, and we very love Las Vegas, and we want to move here and stay here. And we bought a house over here. Everything is done, and when I apply my license for transfer, and I know that the school, they shut down, they sell the color, they sell the hour. That's why I'm surprised. And I give them all my paper, and this is clear. I don't go to school at the same time. It's for sure. You can call University, Silicon Valley, and you can check them. And I say my transcript is not the same time. Why they deny me? I don't understand. I want Nevada State Board, they can understand my position.
Debbie Ritchie, we understand totally what you're saying, honey, but I just want to, because Gwen's an expert in this. This is her field. When I look at page number 2, can everybody turn to that? And you see the time cards that were clocked in. Those were clocked in, clocked out. And I went to school 42 years ago, so I don't even recall. But when I'm looking at this, it says Monday, and you have signatures going down, and it has a total of 8 hours, correct? And then you have, is everybody on the page? It's so there's nothing. There's nothing. Well, what about the?
Can I just ask a question while you're looking for that? Can I ask, because I'm confused and I just need clarity before we move forward.
I was on agenda item number 18, looking at the time cards, and it's not that. We're on 19. There's nothing to produce,
Right.
so I'm wanting to deny. Making a motion.
Right. Is there any, for me, I think that we need to, I just need some clarity because I think we've gotten lost in a lot of details that are not relevant to this. So to go back, the information that you're trying to give us today, has it been provided to board staff?
No.
Did they request that you provide the information to them?
They
did request
I
it, and you did not?
Yes, you have provided
I
the
have
transcript.
I give
The-
them.
So is it the same that you're trying to give us today, or you have different information than what you showed them?
One more.
It's just the same. So at this point, I'd like to speak with Deputy Executive Director Higginbotham, because if there's been no, I think we're getting a little bit of like, I don't have the right word, but we are being, it's kind of like a sideshow thing. We're being distracted because papers are being, given around, but there's no new news here, So we need to just hear, again, let Adam speak and our Executive Director Higginbotham speak, and then let's just make our decision from there, if that's okay.
The question, Gwen Primo, Board Chair. Adam, is there any way that when we're recommending them back to the office, that we could possibly request any other additional documentation for those that the moving forward that is already,
With this applicant, we've informed her 3 times of the document, and it's still not the document that we're requesting. It's from Silicon Valley University. Silicon Valley University was the entity, educational institute, that is on her visa. So whenever she supplied her documentation, her work authorization, it was on her visa that she was in the United States for Silicon Valley University. And she told us that she didn't attend Silicon Valley University at first, and then we asked her more, and then she said yes. Then we got into the possibility of this school, which has been identified as a suspect school. We got into the possibility of her being duly enrolled, one at Silicon Valley University and the other at Victoria Beauty School. So to alleviate our concerns of this being a diploma mill issue in this specific case, we had asked the applicant sometime in May or maybe even April to have March actually, It was in March of 2018, we asked the applicant to provide a document from Silicon Valley that communicated the August 2016 beyond schedule. And the reason why August 2016 was an important date is because it's also the date she enrolled in beauty school. So she was here on a visa that's allocated to Silicon Valley University and enrolled in beauty school, and we were just wanting to see if both of them were a possibility.
Okay.
That fall document has not been provided to us upon 3 requests, and even this document here does not communicate anything related to the fall, which would be August 2016 and beyond.
Debbie Ritchie, so we've already made the precedents with people before you of how we look at that. So we've already voted, and that's already been, right? So now here you come, and here we go. So my whole thing is, how come you just need to bring us your fall? We just need to verify certain things that happened, and you can't bring to us the information from the fall. We said it in the very beginning. You know, why can't you get the document?
How can we bring to the board's members what we don't have?
Well, just go back to the school. No. We're not talking about that, sir. We're talking about the Silicon Valley school she was attending. That's what we're speaking about. Just go back and get the fall that she...
She went back, and every time Mr. Higginbottom requested, we provided that information, and the information
Mr.
we provided is
Higginbottom,
not
did you just say
acceptable.
we don't have that information?
That is correct. It's always been August of 2016 has been the dialogue that's been communicated. We got the semester before, and this next letter that we have, which isn't on a letterhead, or
So we
coming
just
from the
need after
school
that,
also
is what
is
we're
after.
saying.
I mean, it's before the August.
And then maybe
That's
the
all we were
board would
wanting,
look at
and that's
it.
all we communicated was August 2016, and
Right.
we haven't gotten that document.
No.
And even Silicon Valley could probably write a letter saying, this individual did not attend or was not enrolled in school as of this date, and we have not been able to get that document.
Yeah, it's very simple. I think you should just go back if you can, and
I went back there.
you
and
already
I-
did that? Did
Yeah,
you
I
already
did.
do that?
I did.
So you knew about the letter and you knew about the fall?
I-
Okay, so now what do you want to tell us?
Em đi lại chỗ đó xong em làm gì nữa?
When I went there, I asked the school, I want to get the letter. Make sure I didn't go to this school in August, that fall semester, and that's why they give me that transcript and the letter for ratify. I just go to one semester, and I asked them about in August. They told me you didn't go to school. We don't have a record about you.
That's all we need. Gwen
That's
Bramo.
what we need.
Gwen Bramo, board chair. I think all you need.
Oh, I see.
Right.
Yeah, but that's why they told me they don't have any before, because I stopped that. That's why they don't have any record about in August, and that's why I don't have. That guy asked me about in August, but I just stay at home and go to school.
Adam, can we do this? Can you just be very specific to her again of what we need? We just need something stating right from the school stating that she did not attend there in writing from the school.
Yeah, our first meeting, it was in Vietnamese with our translator at the board office. I would want to communicate that to you
Okay,
as well.
so he'll tell you what you need. You just need something stating that if you didn't attend.
Yes, but right now I moved here, and I don't know the Nevada state board. They need to go back California, or right now I take care of my mother-in-law. And
I believe it's something that you can probably take care of online or over the phone.
yeah, but can you tell us?
Brian Baltazar, so we won't be able to accept your request until we have something from your college stating that they made an error. It's as simple as that. We need something from your school that says that they made an error. We can't decide on this until you provide that. So you're asking for an approval. We cannot give that approval until you have a letter specifically saying from the university that they made an error and that you did not attend the fall semester. We can't do anything without that.
So what you're asking right now is to have a statement from the school indicating that she was not attending the fall semester or during that time frame, or that she only attended the winter semester and it ended that. You want it in writing from the school.
But they told
My wife did actually went straight.
there.
She went there and she asked for that letter, and they did not give it to her. She said what she was told was that your transcript is your transcript. If you don't have any further education, it wouldn't have shown up here, so it ends here. So
I would like
that's-
to make a motion that maybe if you can get the letter and they can come back before us again, board.
And I asked the school, they just told me go to the website and download a form. They don't give me.
Mr. Gwynn, so to help kind of streamline this, what you can possibly do is if the school is kind of opposing writing a letter, is after this meeting is done, there's going to be meeting minutes. And in the minutes, it's going to say that the board is directing you to put something in writing. And maybe that's something you can show the school to say that the transcripts aren't good enough that they've been giving her, just to put something in writing that says she did not attend the fall semester. And that is exactly what the board is looking for. So just ask for the meeting minutes of this meeting from Mr. Higginbotham.
So how do we go about making a motion?
You don't have to do anything. You can just table it. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So do you get clarification from the attorney?
And if you need more clarification, Mr. Bala would be happy to speak with you.
Sure.
But the board needs to move on. I'm sorry.
Okay, what my wife is saying is that the school that she attended in 2016, that she heard that they also closing down. So she may or may not be able to get that. We have no issue of going back there because everything that we've been asked, we wanted to provide that because she's actually spent the time. But
So why don't you try that first? And if that doesn't work, if the school's closed down, then you can contact board staff for your next steps.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Good luck. Number 20, petition to appear Andrew Fluck Hugh Tran.
Hello.
Hello. Again.
I have. I got when I take the test, and I already passed the test, and I have the beauty college. I didn't bring it, and today I bring it, and I only changed my name. Last time I didn't change my name, so I only go to the California airport and change my name.
Gwen Bramo, board chair. So, Adam, you want to tell us a little bit more about this one?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Adam Higginbotham. This one's slightly different. This one is different from the other petitions that were before the board. And just as a reminder, any of the petitions that come before the board, it's because that something has been unique about their application that we can't verify. So 70 to 80% of all of the applications we process within 30 minutes to 2 days. That's when they're complete. So 20 to 30% require additional information or review. And from that, you all see a small selection of those that we aren't able to process and those that want to come before the board. In this case, this individual could not remember the name of the cosmetology school that he attended when he was completing his application for reciprocity. The applicant wrote on the application that he attended Doi Princess Beauty College in Pomona, California from March 2008 to September 2008. Provided that the applicant couldn't remember the name of the cosmetology school he attended, we requested additional information so we could verify his education. From that review, the applicant provided a picture of a diploma from Elite Beauty College, which is in Garden Grove, California. with the graduation date being September 2007, 1 year after the applicant stated to have graduated from the different school. The distance between the two schools, the first school that the applicant attended and the second school, is about 31 miles. And that's the information, and this is where it gets into we're unable to process, we can't verify the information. He comes in with one school name, submits the documentation when we request it with another school name.
Gwen Bramo, Board Chair, this is another case where we have to probably just move forward and let state staff make those determinations. So can I get a motion to uphold the decision?
Debbie Ritchie, I uphold the citation. Oh, we're denying. We're denying.
Taylor Trumbull McCormick, I second the motion to deny reciprocity. Right? Mm-hmm. That's it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. We would just recommend you to continue to work with board staff to get the documents that's required to be submitted for reciprocity. Okay?
But my document is only here.
You would have to give them to boards, to staff. They make the decision. Thank you. Petitioner number 21 to appear is Nye T. Nguyen. Is requesting board to accept foreign school transcripts to test as a nail technologist.
Madam President, this one is unique from the others and not from a currently identified suspect school. But this is an out-of-country applicant with training from Vietnam.
Hello, sorry. May I speak for my wife's behalf because she doesn't speak much of her English. So, okay, so we hear. So she went back to Vietnam and have schools there. But then Adam says that he couldn't verify the hours. So what she did was she went to and find out the school, and it was a few people here in Las Vegas went back over there, has doing the schooling there. So that's why she went back there. And then when she get back and she sent in her application, and he said that she was not able to take the test, so she got to come up here to petition in front of the board. But she did had something that Canada. So this paper would the teacher actually verify her hours and everything in Vietnam. So I mean, Adam.
Madam President, may I speak?
Yes.
Where the difficulty lied for the board staff to be able to approve the application is the time frame and the location of the training. On the chart, you can see right here on the 22nd, the individual arrived in Vietnam. On the 23rd, she started school, and she attended school for 12.48 hours every day until April 17th. So all of these were 12.4 hours that she went to school per day while she was visiting another country. She left Vietnam on the 19th, came back to Vietnam on April 2018. On the 18th, started school again on the 19th, and she went to school 12.48 days. And all in all, she would have attended around 50 days of education at the 12.48 hours per day mark. It's definitely possible. It's just where it's not a likely scenario that we experience processing applications typically, where we have staff that's crammed in a educational program in a certain amount of time. So it's a unique situation that we needed the board's approval. The validity is not a question of the training necessarily, but the training time frames would make it very difficult to complete a quality program in such a short time is what we're concerned with.
So may I speak on that? So when she brought in the application and Adam's partner, I don't know, that works over there, she did confirm, she called the school, she confirmed the school, and she said the school was legit. Okay? So the only problem now is the hours. So she just went back and got that application, well, that paper that we gave it to Adam, but Adam's partner had asked that question that Adam would just mention. How do you verify the hours? And because we do pay for expedite those hours, because we're from here, we're from the United States. She didn't speak any English, that's why she went back there. Okay, and so we pay extra money to do those extra hours, and I don't know. You know, and even the board has actually legit called back there and say, hey, this school is fine now. And I don't understand why you're not approving us on that. I mean.
So Debbie Ritchie, so my whole thing is that what I'm trying to understand here is that you have all the documentation. The school is certified and qualified. The only thing that makes this unique is that they paid extra to do more hours, which maybe she's an overachiever. Who are we to judge? So I agree.
Gwen Bramo, board chair.
I think we're legit. I mean, I don't know.
Gwen Bramo, board chair. I think some of the concern with the board is because it was 7 days a week. The school never closed. And then when you had to fly back, it's a 20, what is it, that's a 10-hour flight or something? So I think that's what makes it difficult.
It's 20 hours flight. So it's not something that you go back there and the ticket is like $1,400, $1,500 per ticket.
I think the reason why you paid the over expedited price is because you wanted to hurry up and get it all in to get back.
Exactly. That's the whole purpose of getting this thing done. It's like you said, it's money and cost. And then so
Adam,
why?
Gwen Bramo, chair.
Exactly.
Calm down, sir, okay?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Adam, my question to you is, when you looked at the dates and it was 7 days a week, did we check with the school, get any information on the school to see if the school was open 24 hours a day?
Yes. First, he's referring to my partner. He's referring to he and Lee on staff. She's our Vietnamese translator. So, yeah, we have interviewed trying to find patterns and consistencies within the school because we are seeing an influx of applications from this school. And from our interview, our survey questions, I think we asked 27 questions. We have a resounding yes that they do offer extended hours to those that are willing to pay. And we've had that on numerous occasions. It's a repeated theme. And again, the validity of this is not an issue. It's just this is a unique situation that we haven't experienced, and a little guidance on this type of decision.
Yeah, so
would be
I
great.
think you're basically going by a statistic. Statistically, that's not in the norm, and that's why you've brought it to us.
And what I recommend too as a board moving forward, that we just keep an eye on the school. Because if we're getting an influx of applicants coming from that school, likely, I mean, it could be done. I could see that, but it's not normal.
Not 2,000 plus miles away.
No.
That's not normal.
No, it's not. And the time frame when you left one and then you come back in the country the next day is kind of, it's getting, we can get real creative with school. And I get it. Everybody wants a license and we want it right now because we want to be able to have a skill and go to work. But that's pretty creative to do 12 hours a day every single day and then fly back out the country at 20-hour flight and come back the next day and go right back to school. It's just kind of, I think we just need to be a watch for those schools.
May I speak? We had a baby that we sent back to Vietnam, and she just flew back. And so that's why she just went back to the school and did whatever's necessary. And that's the reason why she had that little paper that for Adam, because if you want to see the passport, she can provide that to you. She just went back there, and we brought the baby back. I mean, that's not the whole purpose of going back there for the license, but we went there to bring the baby back, but we're doing it. Since we're there, we're doing that too. So
okay, board, it's time to make a motion.
This is Kai Stanton. I just have one quick question, just for us moving forward. Andrew, is it possible that we can have a breakdown of curriculum, or maybe the board can talk about that? Because when we're getting reciprocity and other students from different states, sometimes their regulations and their rules and does not necessarily align up to what state board rules and regulations are. But what I find amazing is that if we have the same breakdown curriculum for reciprocity, when we look over the requirements, we can actually see she was in the classroom for 10 hours. So if we can add that to reciprocity, or maybe have a conversation in the future regarding that will take away some of a lot of the concerns. Yes, and that's actually what I'm looking for. I'm really shocked that I don't see a full breakdown, because then I can see how long she was in class, how long she's doing practicals, etc. I'm not saying that the 12 hours is impossible. I know years and years and years ago, I'm kind of telling on my age, they had night school and evening day school, etc. And they did give us the option to stay over. Now I know you can't do more than 8 hours in a day in the state of Nevada on some cases in some schools. So I think that would help to align some things, to have a full breakdown rather than just saying these are the hours that you did. That's where we're running into a lot of the issue too.
And I think that's where some of the misunderstandings could be, is that there might not be that type of oversight, where in Nevada we know that a student most likely won't go nearly 13 hours every day for 50 straight days, because we have regulations that would prohibit that. Gary had sent the Vietnamese embassy a letter back in March or April of this year, the embassy in San Francisco, asking the Vietnamese embassy to provide us the appropriate authority that oversees those types of programs. We have yet to receive that letter, and we wrote that both in English and Vietnamese when we sent it to them, and we still haven't received a reply.
One last question before we make that vote. In the future, is there any way that we could make sure that when we're receiving this type of reciprocity, I almost lost my thought. When we're receiving this type of reciprocity, oh Lord, because it's a lot, that we could get something from the school, stating like the transcripts, because it is sanitation, the procedures required. Is it just a practical school that they do this accelerated course with? Because if we don't get something in place, it's going to happen. It's going to be easier for me to go somewhere for a month and come back and get a license. Mm-hmm. So we need to put something in place. And this is a prime example that moving forward today, that we need to have something in place from the schools regarding the procedures. Do we have them to test? Do they actually come back here with a license and an accelerated course? It seems like we need to have it moving forward, that they take a written and a practical. They take another written and a practical?
This applicant here is seeking approval to test, and they would be doing all three tests, both theory, written, and the state law. And they have the letter from that school stating and confirming that she was there.
Okay.
They brought that in today.
Taylor
Okay.
Trail McCormick, I agree with the rest of the board that I think we could take this to a vote. I mean, this is a unique situation, but she provided what they asked for. I think that that's just like the end of it. She provided what they asked for. We have the documentation. She's willing to test. Let's let the lady test. I mean,
We get a
the
motion.
is to uphold the. Taylor Trail McCormick, I'd like to make a motion to grant the petition of Miss Nugent to test for her for her license.
This is Kai Stanton. This is Kai Stanton. I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Instead of us taking a break, can we just finish these last couple agenda items? Okay, so we're all good? Okay, so 5-minute break. Go ahead. We're going to do a 5-minute break. Okay, we're ready to begin. Okay, so agenda item number 22, election of board officers.
Madam President, Gary Landry, Executive Director, I just want to make a quick comment. We did not follow our prescribed protocol for holding elections. We're holding election now just to make sure that we get it on the record. I would suggest that the current board members and current elected officers get reelected again, because there's only 2 meetings that they're going to be prescribing over the board of those positions. Then next April, we're going to have another election for the July start. So we missed the April meeting, we missed the July meeting. So rather than put someone in for 2 meetings and it's over, you might want to just reelect who's now in office for 2 more meetings. Then we can have a real election in April, if that's the board's purview.
That's fine, right, board? We all agree? Okay. So there's no, is there
So there's a motion?
so can I get a motion to approve?
Sorry, if whoever does a motion, if you can go through who's president, vice president, and secretary.
Motion to president, stay the same, state your name.
President Gwen Bramo.
And vice president.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do we all?
Yeah, you can do it all in one.
Vice President Brian Baltazar.
Debbie Ritchie, Secretary Treasurer.
Can I get a second on that motion?
Taylor Drummond McCormick, I second that motion to keep all officers in place.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The board will review item number 23. The board will review and possible approve the use of electronic signatures, the DocuSign to be used in lieu of personal signatures for documents such as board orders.
Can we make a motion? I'd like to make a motion to uphold.
To approve the DocuSign?
To approve DocuSign?
To approve DocuSign.
Can I get a second?
Item number 23.
This is Kai Stanton. I second that motion.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 24, Reserve Fund Policy. The board will review a recommendation from the Nevada State Executive Branch Audit Committee and possible approve board designated operating reserve fund policy, which safeguards the board's financial reserves. You want to speak a little bit more, Executive Director Landry?
Yes, this is just from one of the audits that we had with the executive branch, and there was a lack of almost every board having a formal reserve policy. The reserve policy tells the board how much they should have in reserve in case it would happen that we couldn't collect fees anymore for whatever reason. And you could be in business long enough to wind down the board and have it all play out to where you could close off everything for us anywhere from 6 months to 12 months. So we tried keeping our recommended range a minimum of 6 months of reserve and a maximum of 12 months. So that's that range that we need to operate within. We currently are at 7.
Andrew Helms, Chief Financial Officer. We're currently at 7.1 months, so roughly 7 months.
I'd like to make a motion to uphold item number 24.
Sorry.
For
I-
the, okay.
Just real quick, is Executive Director Landry requesting a reserve of 9 months, of 12 months, of?
7 months.
It's a reserve that varies between 6 months and 12 months. So we have that spelled out in the policy, and it talks about the amount of money that would be involved with that. So a minimum of 6 months of reserve and a maximum of 12 months reserve.
Item number 23, I'm sorry, item number 24 for the operating reserve fund policy. Is that good?
Can I get a second?
This is Kai Stanton. I second that motion.
All in favor? Aye. Any approve? Motion carries. Item number 25, consideration and approval of Executive Director's Report.
This is Andrew Helms, Chief Financial Officer. One correction I wanted to note on here is 25, Section 8. This should be the July 9th, 2018 board meeting instead of the 8th. No problem. On the 25, on agenda item 25, number 8, it says follow-up of items from the July 8th, 2018 board meeting. That should actually be July 9th, 2018.
So can we get the Executive Director's Report, please?
Sure. Gary Landry, Executive Director. The Executive Director's Report has all the normal items we normally have, except one additional item, and that is the audit that we went through, and not it's a different audit. The executive branch audit was really a reporting mechanism where we gave our audit to the executive branch, and they reviewed it. This is actually the audit. This is the results of the audit that HRC did for us in completing the audit, and it's the most complete. I'll let Andrew talk a little bit about it. It's the most complete that we've had. It has all of the provisions that we've been requested to have, and overall, an outstanding report. We have very few items that they reported on. We're going to correct those this year, and that'll clean up our audit as far as everything that's on the list now. Auditors are always looking for new things and looking to find new things in the way we operate, so we'll continue having reports on that. But every time we get a recommendation, we take it to heart, put things in place to correct it, and then it's remedied within the next year. I'll let Andrew talk a little bit about the audit.
This is Andrew Helms, Chief Financial Officer. Just to go over briefly some of the items that the auditors noted this year. On the management letter, there's items bank activity review and credit card statement review and staffing levels. For both the bank activity review and the credit card statement review, the auditors were just concerned with making sure that we have enough internal controls in place so that the statements aren't coming directly from the bank to me, and then to the directors and everybody else. So to put the internal control that we already put in place as of July 2018 was to have Leah Easter, our compliance coordinator, a licensed attorney, send the statements from Wells Fargo then and distribute that to the board directors and board members. The staffing level issue with the overtime, that's just like more of a casual recommendation from the auditors. We very closely monitor staff overtime for burnout, morale, if it's needed. We're constantly assessing that. Two of the items that caused overtime for this particular audit year was Las Vegas office relocation, as well as ongoing system development and the development of initial education materials. On the financial statements, that's the second packet of the audit. Some of the financial highlights discussed an increase in expenses, partly due to personnel expenses increasing. Again, a lot of that is due to the salary to develop our new back-end licensing system. Also overtime again for the office move and the development of those educational materials. I would like to note that on page 2 of that particular financial statement packet, the auditor's overall statement, verbatim, is the board's financial condition remains strong as of year end with adequate liquid assets. And then that last sentence on page 5 states, the board's current revenues and expenditures depict a stable financial environment for the future. If anybody has any questions, I can answer them at this time.
I want to give Andrew great praise because he's done the job since he started, and he's taken on more and more responsibility in that job. And the reflections that we see on the audit are really the direct reflections of what he's done to help move us in the right direction financially.
That's what I was going to say too as well. It's like, awesome job. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Andrew. Good job, board, staff.
I'd like to also mention one thing beyond the audit is the new license report, and just know that every time you approve a board packet with the executive director's report, you're approving all the licenses we issued, and there's, I forget how many, we have hundreds of licenses that we issue every quarter, and you're going to see those in the back and with the name of the person and the license as it's issued. And that's all I really had. I have an update from the previous board meeting, letting you know if there was a time delay or there was something that needed to be done, where we stand on that, and that's pretty much it for the executive director's report.
Can I get a motion to accept the executive director's report?
Debbie Ritchie, I have a motion to accept.
Can I get a second?
It's Kai Stanton. I second that motion.
All in favor? Aye. Any nays? Motion carries. Item number 26, comments by the board. The board will offer any final comments and give suggestions for future board meetings or future agenda items. Do we have any discussion by any board member?
This is Kai Stanton. I don't know if it's possible, but I would like to somehow try to put into budget something that we can do for the staff at State Board, just to say that we appreciate all their hard work, maybe once, maybe twice a year or once a year, just to say that great job, good team. I really appreciate them going above and beyond. I don't know if that's something we can add into the budget, but because I see a positive, I don't know if that's something we can do. I'm not asking for a ridiculous amount of money, lunch, maybe $200, $150 for lunch or whatever, just something that we can just say we appreciate that and continue the positive teamwork. And then the other thing that I have was I would love to really take a revisit at the reciprocity information that we're looking at regarding the other states, just so that we have something on the same guidelines regarding the breakdown of education, the hours that they're in class, that they have hands-on, et cetera. I know every state does not require that. I'm hoping we require that as part of the reciprocity. And then the last thing is, I don't know if the board is all on board with this, but I would really like to try to give our staff a little bit more support in the hiring process, making sure that if they need further support in any future decisions, that the board can be a part of that so they can focus on actually expanding and adding more onto maybe the testing or, other things that we really need to look at that they can really focus on. And then maybe we can take or help with some of that weight if it is even weight. So if we can help and support the staff for State Board in those areas regarding reviews, and then that way they can focus on other areas that we can do, I think that would be very helpful to give them further support that they need to be successful.
Debbie Ritchie, that sounds really good. Everything that you mentioned sounds fabulous. I would really like to see on our website for the Cosmetology Board focus on these other schools, making it loud and clear as a board what our concerns are, and maybe it'll trickle down into other states. So I really strongly advise that for future concerns, because as you see what happened here today, we went one way, and then putting the horse before the cart, here comes somebody that had all our ducks in a row. So as a board, we had to say, there you go. So I think we really need to buckle down on the website with the state of Nevada, really making a precedence of what we are looking at as far as others. This is what we're doing. Like, get them all knowing, let everybody know, all the states, this is what we're doing. So I'd really like to see that.
Any other board members have any other comments or any other suggestions for future board meetings?
Taylor Cho McCormick, I would just kind of keep putting it out there, and then maybe one day we'll all get together and do it. But I think it's going to be important for us with all these changing laws to be an influx of people coming from all different cities I think it's important for us to, if not just once a year, hold a town hall. It's just something that will connect us with the licensees, because we are making a lot of decisions and we will continue to do what we think is best for them. But I think it is very important for us, if we're really truly striving to, stay in line and all move forward together, that we make some kind of commitment. And I understand that we have these and it's open to the public. And I don't know about resources. I don't know all about that. I don't know about all of those things. I'm just saying, if there's something that we can do, town hall style, I don't know, just putting it on the agenda.
Yeah, moving forward, like what you just pony-backing on that is, as a board and as the millenniums, and we're moving forward, things are changing at a rapid rate, as everybody knows. There's more of, it's making it tougher for that single salon owner to operate their business when they have so many other structures that they have to deal with the state, like massage board, barber board. All this comes into play, so we're actually not setting people up for a win. I really think that needs to be addressed, and I've been saying it since I've been on the board. Looking forward to the future, the millennium way of the way we're doing business is we, as a board, have to bend. Start bending in some ways to make it known. Like you're saying, a town hall meeting, if we can rally, and Brian, you said that the legislature, there's a cutoff date, Brian?
Oh, yeah, to introduce legislation for the next session.
As a unit here, we have the cosmetology board, we have the massage board, and we have the barber board. We have 3 different boards that are all governing by themselves. Moving forward, there's more and more of us interacting in the same business. You can't put a barber board unless you right in the front door. You have to have it. I understand requirements, but let's just make it a little easier for people to do business as and come together as a unit, because we're all working together more and more, because you can't survive out there with just doing hair, skin, nails, typically, on an average. So I say looking forward to hold a town hall is a great idea.
Gwen Bremo, Board Chair, can we get that on the next agenda so that we can probably come up with a possible date for a town hall, Executive Director Landry? Because we talked about this several times, that there's a lot of information out there that the industry leaders can bring to the table, that we could kind of maybe fine tune some things and even can see what some of their challenges are.
Yes,
And
what I would suggest is the town hall would probably be best done, because it's before the legislative session starts, sometime in January, after our January meeting. I was going to hope that we can plan it out, make it maybe the week after, or 2 weeks after, get staff all aligned and get all the board members aligned so that we can have a date, have a meeting place. We'll get that all worked out before the January board meeting, and then we can have it announced at the board meeting and start doing whatever we can. We'll put it on our Facebook page, we'll put it on our website, get the people involved in it, knowing that we're going to have a town hall meeting and get that set up.
so we can hear from the licensees, we can hear from the salon, cosmetological establishment owners, and things that we can do as a state to make it better. Okay. Wait a minute, we're not quite done yet.
Oh, if I could
Item
add.
number 27. Any?
Madam President,
Oh, I'm sorry.
if I may add just a few things, and I think Tia Latrell also, so I'll let you finish before I start.
No, I just want to thank you guys for supporting it. I think we have to be really careful in the approach that we take with this. Obviously, we want it to be a productive setting. So, I mean, it's going to be great for us to get something down, but let's make sure it's a productive meeting. So I just want the dialogue. So I appreciate you guys, being able to extend that, because I think it's important. So
it's important.
All right, now my turn. So I really would like to seriously look at the statutes regarding how we collect fees, how we assess them, maybe revising them and giving us a little bit more authority as to what we can do in regards to fees. Economic hardship programs for those heavily hit. We have people that have amassed late fees that they're just not going to be able to dig themselves out of. And these are, great professionals that were practicing at one point that want to return, but just it's prohibitive, it's cost prohibitive for them to be able to return to the industry. So I would like to revise that. Of course, I'm hoping everyone's on board, but I just would like to have a more lengthy conversation about that. Also, another thing that I do want to reference, and this by no means is, I don't want this to be misinterpreted. I'm absolutely grateful for everything that staff is doing and how they streamline everything and how they unburden us. But I did read the audit report, and something that did rise for me that was a bit concerning, granted I'm not totally familiar with all of this, was an NRS from the audit report, NRS 281.123. Section 1 is the limitation to salaries. It's indicated here that there has to be a limitation as far as the executive director's salary. So I would, just for us to be able to have that information as to why we may be potentially exempt from this limitation, or what grounds do we have in order to justify this salary that now currently exceeds the governor's salary. I would really like some information as to why that is, what we can fall back on that would allow for us to be able to justify that salary amount when we get questions from the public. Because when I'm asked, I don't know what answer to give them. So just to better inform ourselves to be able to defend our policies and procedures.
Debbie Ritchie, very good point. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm not here to create, I'm here to make it better. I think that as a board, we need to stay focused on what we've done thus far. We've came a long way. And I think moving forward, as I stated, everything is changing. I mean, even with myself, I have probably 600 people with licenses, correct? In the state of Nevada? It could be even more, I believe. So I had to be adjusted to the laws, okay? And I'm less than 1%.
Sorry, real quick. I just want to make sure we're not having a discussion.
No, I'm trying to reiterate on why we're talking about and what he's talking about. I'm not.
Right,
But I'm
so-
just trying to let them know that we have to start looking at laws and why this works and why that works. And because if we don't, we're tying our hands. So I just wanted to state that.
Okay. Item number 27, do we have any comments from the general public? Come forward, limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, Board. What I'd like to do, if I am capable of approaching the bench, is to pass out some paperwork. One of my colleagues has a device that he would like to be able to have placed on the next board meeting, and I know that I'm going to have to go in and submit it to the proper people at the state board, but I just didn't want the board to be blindsided, and I wanted to show you all some paperwork on it, if that is okay. Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
One of my colleagues designed a new adapt holder for eyelashes that has a reservoir, and he's had these made, so he'd like to be able to be on the agenda to present it to the board so that you guys can look at it as a device.
Hi, Debbie Ritchie. So what you're wanting to do is show this device and make it to where it'd be applicable across the board and across the governing laws that we have this for all eyelash
Yeah,
technicians.
yes. What happens is that
I'm
you all
sorry,
have to approve.
Sir, I got to cut in. We just can only do public comment right now, so.
Oh, okay.
you
Right, I
submitted
just wanted to
that.
make sure that I can get on the agenda.
Correct. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure board members
Okay.
know, no discussion right now.
My loud mouth.
Yes, and I just want to ensure that we can be on the next. So what I will do is submit the paperwork. We will submit the paperwork to the executive assistant so that we can get placed upon that. We just didn't want you all to be blindsided about what it was. Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Edie Williams. I am a student, a student at the Expertise Cosmetology School, studying to be an esthetician. And I'm glad I was able to be a part of this meeting today and be able to sit on the discussion about advanced estheticians, medical estheticians, what you're talking about. It's something that I'm very interested in. And I just hope that you guys continue to look at that very seriously. And I just got one question about it. After you consider it, will it be an additional license, or will it be like a certificate to do laser, to do massage, to do Botox, if you will, when that topic comes about?
Gwen Bramer,
Gary?
Board Chair. Mr. Lantry, can you answer that?
No, I can't, because it's a public comment. Public comment is the public commenting. If we have this as an agenda item, then you can discuss it, but now it's only the public that can make comment, the board must just listen.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Andrea. Hello. I just wanted to see about possibly adding to the next board meeting's agenda. I am a certified lash artist, but I'm not a licensed cosmetologist or esthetician. Therefore, I'm not able to practice being a lash technician. I wanted to see about possibly discussing creating some sort of training program specifically for lash technicians. So for those ladies that just want to focus strictly on lash extensions and not have to go to school to be an esthetician or cosmetologist when they're not caring to be doing facials or hair and that kind of thing. So I just wanted to see about that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So I think that pretty much wraps up.
You already know.
That wraps up our meeting today.
The only thing I would like to comment is that there's one person who's here, not here, but in Carson City, that is her last board meeting. Miss Charlene Marsh is actually retiring, and I wanted to thank her for attending.
Enjoy your retirement, Charlene. Okay, this meeting has been adjourned. Right?